Alright, hit the go live. Just as a really fucking loud truck is passing. Alright, hit the go live. Just as a really fucking... Okay. We are good, we are good. So let's take you over here. Let's generate a bracket. It's 7:30, so it's too late for anybody else to sign up. It's too late. It's too late. So Aerodactyl got a buy round. So did Toe Jerk. Alright, shit happens. Alright. We are live. Refresh the page and go. And then human videos, boop. Cool. So we have our stream up. What are we doing tonight? New player tournament. We have 12 people who ended up checking in. We had a total sign up of around 22, but 12 actually made it to their computers at this time. This bracket might look a little weird to you. That's because it is weird. We're trying out double elimination. I don't know how it really works on Total Tavern, but I know Rainy Frog, who is playing tonight, wanted to try that. So we are doing that. Cool. But since it's double elimination, we don't want this to last forever. So everything is best of one up until the finals. The finals is best of 3. So for your pick and ban tonight, it'll be 1 global ban per player, and then the top player picks 3, bans 2. Their opponent removes 1 of the 3 and picks their faction. And the best of 3 is our normal new player format. So, yeah. Sounds good? Sounds good, everybody? I can't back out. It's true, man. It's true. So I won't need a scorecard until finals, because otherwise it's gonna just be 0-0 the whole fucking time. And I gotta find somebody to spectate. We are... Literally, what the heck is kick? I don't know, man. Anyway, we are going to cast live. I know we've done some replay events recently. I'll probably try to mix things, because I know some people really like the flow of the replays where it's nice and quick and fast and there's no lag. I get that. It does take a lot more effort to organize replay streams. It's weird to say, but it's easier for me to do it live. And also, as a caster, I generally find it much easier to get more energy for live, because no matter how much I try to hide the result from myself, if it's a best of 5 and the party sends me 3 replays, I know it's a 3-0 and I can't fake it. So when someone wins game 1, best of 1, so you won't be waiting long. Anyway, but when someone sends me 3 replays in a best of 5, I know it's a 3-0, and then I can pretty easily, it's like, okay, Blood Penguin won game 1. I know Blood Penguin wins games 2 and 3, but I need to pretend to not know that, and it's just like, it does drain from the energy because shit isn't that surprising to me. Like, when I know Blood Penguin wins, and I see him falling behind, it's very hard for me to fake the comeback, like, oh shit, is the comeback gonna happen? Because I know it does. So I like live personally. As a caster, I really enjoy live, but we'll be doing a mix of them. The feedback has been received that the audience really likes replays because it's very smooth and quick and there's no build phases. I get that. All right, fly spray in my mouth. Hell yeah. See you in a bit. If Rainy Frog don't win, we riot. Oh fuck. You might be rioting. Live is more fun to watch too if it runs smooth. Yeah. Thought replays would be the passive least resistance. They are good. It's just a lot on my end to organize the replays, because as like Rainy Frog's tournament that we just cast yesterday was cool, but it was like both players were sending me replays, which happens all the time. like in all of our replay-based events, I get multiple copies of the same game. So while I'm doing a live stream and trying to juggle the replays and try and get them together and try and get them in order, sometimes that leads to me like missing. I missed some that I should have saved. I saved some twice, and it's not like terrible. It's not egregious. I just like live because as a caster, it's simpler. Yeah, because it's just like, where's this game I'm supposed to go to? Go to it. All right, it's happening now. There's no possibility I fucked this up. This just says new player tourney trying out there. I don't know what the password is, though. Oh, it was 1234. So who are we joining? Because the people I asked to spectate didn't respond. Ha! I just found them anyway. You can't hide from me. I could just randomly join your lobbies. All right, blocker now is covering a better spot. As I did mention, we are trying out best of one double elimination. So, one and done. That's what you get. Who's getting ready for, Hey, Coops. Greetings, Sir Human. It's 2:34 a.m. here in Norway, and your stream is so much more fun than my dreams, so I decided to catch the land battle tournament. Hell yeah, Lil Trill. Who needs sleep? I'm getting kind of excited for the upcoming DLC, you guys, because so far, I have to be careful about what I can say. Because one, I don't want to lead you astray, and two, I don't want to get in trouble. CA have not officially announced anything about the upcoming DLC, and they have not officially announced anything with content creators. But they also have not mentioned anywhere about a delay. So I think, and this is an actual I think I would have heard about a delay by now. So that means we're still on the roadmap timeline of summer 2023. We're going to get the Tzeentch, Kislev, and Cathay DLC. Which means at most, it's like 30 days away. Yeah. Which means if I usually get early access a week or two beforehand, because usually the schedule is like 2 weeks beforehand, you get it, but I can't talk about it. I could just prep content in a week, and then I can release content for a week, and then it comes out. So that would mean that I would probably be hearing about it and get my hands on it in, again, assuming that we're on track. Probably get to see it in about 2 weeks and start making content for you. Which is kind of cool. You forgot to name your favorites? I did. Longboy's not in the tournament, so he can't be a favorite. I just cast a really epic game between Subhuman Being and someone else. I forget. I mean, his Steam name wasn't the same as his Total Tavern name. But I'm going to have to go with Subhuman Being. I think he's my favorite for this, just because that replay was so fucking epic. And my dark horse will be Rainy Frog, because he's the people's favorite. So, there's that. Alright, Out There has moved to Beastmen. Totaling list is sitting on Bretonnia. There were 2 global bans, and the first picker could ban 2 things. So if Bretonnia got through with 4 bans, I don't know what to tell you. But he didn't. It looks like we have Beastmen Dwarves. All future DLC should be for Empire only? Hell yeah, dude. Subhuman looks like early favorite in here. Yeah, he's going great. Sippe, you trying to quit smoking, or you just don't have anything right now? You just... World Beater, you said you weren't in this tournament. You said it's a different World Beater. Rainy Frog's got this? Hell yeah. Is it going to be a low testosterone Dowie box? We'll see. They're forming up behind the blocker right now. In the losers bracket? Samurai, did you? Oh, okay. You're talking about if subhuman being beats you. I was like, did you guys already play your entire best of one in the 10 minutes since the tournament started? Jesus Christ. Tournament started. I already have a lobby. Join it. Lock it in fast. Randomized build. All right, I lost in losers bracket. Trying to quit smoking. Damn, dude. Props to you. I hope it goes well. Quitting is easy to do it like 4 times. Yeah, but the DLCs. Cool Umbrella was talking a lot about it, and I do agree, but I'm also an idiot. So the part I agree with is he's talking about the Nurgle, Dwarf, and Empire DLC could be one of the most toxic things ever. Like, if CA doesn't do it right. And the Tzeentch, Cathay, Kislev thing could also be one of the most toxic things ever. Because, like, imagine they just give Kislev more healing and, like, reintroduce the bear blob. I think Kislev has the least possibility of being toxic, but I could see it. I could definitely see them fucking up Cathay, and I could definitely see them fucking up Tzeentch. Giving Tzeentch even more healing, which it actually sounds like they're going to do, based off of public rumors. No behind-the-scenes nonsense. But public rumors that it's Akebold Hellbrass or whatever the fuck, he provides healing. So Tzeentch with more healing doesn't sound fun. They can make Cathay even boxier, which would be super great. Or, like, make Nurgle more blobby, or make Dwarves even harder to break their box or whatever. I could see these being, like, failures, but for some reason, the idiot in me is still, like, optimistic, because I'm just like, any content is good content! Which I know isn't true, but it's like emotionally, yes. Factually, no. But emotionally, it's just like, I've seen people be so negative on this patch for so long because Bretonnia is giga busted and ogres are very strong. And while I don't think it's that doom and gloom, I am just tired of hearing people be negative about it. Which, like, I'm not trying to say they shouldn't be negative. I'm trying to say I'm excited for a DLC to change the conversation. And I know the very, very quick and easy joke is, haha, instead of talking about Brett being toxic, we could talk about Tzeentch being toxic or Cathay being toxic. Well, I'm going to hope they don't biff this shit as badly as they biffed the Bretonnian update. But there's still, like, no matter what happens, there's always still hype before a DLC and the first days of a DLC. And those are, like, the best times to be a Warhammer fan and a Warhammer content creator. So I'm just, like, excited for everyone else to be excited rather than everyone else being bitter. That's all. And I acknowledge that the DLC could suck ass, and I acknowledge that they could fuck up again. But, you know, shit happens, I suppose. Cathay needs help, though. They do need buffs at their non-boxing things. But Harmony is fucking redonkulous. What up, John FB? How you doing? Beastman has no caster? It's true, man. It's true. All right. Let's get into it. So for the Dwarves, they are setting up on the hill for now. For out there, this build is very out there. We have 2 giants, Torox the Brass Bull, and a Gore Bull. No caster, which if out there watches this back in the future, you should always take a caster. Probably against the Dwarves, you're going to need a Traitor King caster in case of the dreaded Gotrek Felix and Thoric. Though I suppose in this tournament I did ban Gotrek Felix and Thoric. So still, Traitor King's rather effective, or you get Pit of Shades. 5 Ungor Spearmen across the front line. Actually looks like just 4. 2 Razor Gore Herds and 2 Minotaurs with shields. Yeah. Alright. On the other side for the Dwarves, you have 1 Gyrocopter with their little steam anti-infantry guns. We have 2 cannons, 3 Rangers, 3 Miners with blasting charges, 3 Iron Breakers, and then 2 Dwarf Warriors and 2 Miners without blasting charges. And Ungrim Mother Flippin' Iron Fist. Bye, Copes. Have a good one. We're always bitter even when we're excited. Yeah. Hammer Spear is a good AP when fired down the line. True. True, true, true. For the beastmen build, I don't know where their money went. I feel like money's missing. You know what I mean? Do you ever just look at a build and you're like, this doesn't add up? And I'm sure it does. 1,800 gold on the infantry? No. It's 400 times 4, not 450. 400 times 4, so 1,600 on those guys, and the Razor Herds is about another 1,300. So we have like 3,000 in the multi-entity stuff. Another 2,500 on the Giants-ish. Well, they're like 1,400, so it's closer to 3,000. So like 6,000 the Giants combined with those. So that's about half your money. I guess Taurox is another 2,000. Gorbel's like 1,500. Then the 2 Minotaurs. I guess it is your money, but it just feels so fucking weird, dude. Dwarven cannons are punishing this giant for existing. He is going to try and run over to the trees to get a little bit of cover, but nah, he decides against it. He's like, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm just going to get shot anyway. Who cares? Who cares, bro? Let's see. I don't know how the beastmen are going to get through the Ironbreakers. I mean, they can physically walk through them, which is what they should do, but if they actually stop and fight them, they're not going to kill them. The archers are just going to shoot their Minotaurs the whole time. Razor Herds are trying to flank, and that's actually a good shout-out. There's no Slayers back here. There's just Miners without blasting charges, so a very pathetic 18 melee defense. Razor Herds could actually just slam through them. Minos get blasted in the face by the double cannons, down to half HP, as more blasting charges are also coming in. Giants and Minos and the Gorbel and Taurox are here. So the Beastmen, while I don't love the Beastmen build, the play so far has been fine. You know, trying to get through the front line rather than actually dealing with it, flanking with the Razor Herds, it's going to be good. If they can shut both the cannons down, that'll save the Giants some headache, but also give you some balance of power leeway. In case you get close to getting army lost or some shit. One of the Rangers is almost entirely decimated by the Minos and Taurox. Miner is also having a bad time. The Razor Herds are onto the cannons and the other Miners, which is a great target. So this is where, if the Dwarves are going to run into trouble, this is it. I like gold. Who doesn't like gold? So Ironbreakers are infinitely less useful when they are tied up, though these ones look like they're trying to get their blasting charges off onto that big clump of Ungor Spearman herds. Meanwhile, both the cannons are disrupted. The Miners without blasting charges, as I mentioned before, are getting completely destroyed. I wonder what we're going to do about these Rangers, because they will just rally there. They're close to the edge of the map, so they would be easy to rout again, but someone has to go do it. And there's no dogs or anything for this Beastman build. We have the Razor Gores, which are unfortunately necessary for the bunker busting. They're needed here. Minos are coming back. Giants are still fighting. And Giants don't have great crowd clearing, but they do disrupt the Ironbreakers and stuff, so they're not going to be able to throw their blasting charges as easily. And the Razor Gore herds are going absolutely nuts on the Dwarves, and the Dwarves are breaking in mass. Wow. Strat Game with the $10. Thanks for the cast hubs. Hey, man. For you, anytime. Anytime. I love Strat Game. I love how I fucking asked you to send me a replay of you winning because I know you're a very good player and you never send me fucking replays. So all of your opponents send replays whenever they beat you because they're excited that they beat you. So on the stream, you just look like a bitch. And then I see you ping Sabrus, say, hey, Sabrus, post this replay here for me, please. Sabrus does, and it's you fucking losing. Which, it was a good game, sure, but why do you only post losses? I know you're a good player. For the love of God, just send me some wins, man. You beat me all the time. Just send those wins. Anyway, I digress. Razor Herds are bouncing out to deal with these Rangers. And the Beastmen are taking a bit of a lead on the bounce power right now, and I tend to agree. The damage value is extremely even, though I wonder about the Beastmen's longevity, as Ungrim Iron Fist is wailing on this giant right now. We see the Ungor Spearman herds starting to lose hope and falter, and we have these Razor herds who are rampaging yet again, which makes the rest of them, for some reason, stand around and do literally nothing. Now they're coming back in, but since they're rampaging, they can't actually chase off those Rangers who are now just firing for free. The Giant is fighting back against Ungrim Iron Fist and doing pretty good work, and we also have the Gyrocopter with the steam guns, which can route stuff pretty nicely by shooting them from the sky. Kitty, I'm playing the winner of this, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Joe Turk, you're going to do great, buddy. One Giant is down. I think Ungrim's actually about to kill it. No. No, he's not going to kill it. He's going to try. He posted a win versus you sad times? I don't remember that one. Hi, Jonah B. Anyway, all these rangers, those finally got attacked by the Minotaurs with shields. They might get pushed off, but other rangers are returning. Miners with blasting charges still have all of their blasting charges to do blast charging. And Torox is under attack by Ungrim Iron Fist in the middle of these Iron Breakers. Now, the Iron Breakers are not as big of a deal for this Beastmen build if there's no range components, because the Giants will actually do okay versus them over time. They're big assets that make Iron Breakers so tough to deal with. It's 125 armor and 67 melee defense. Well, Giants have 76 melee attack, and they have incredible weapon strength with high armor piercing. So they actually don't really struggle to deal with Iron Breakers over time. I was just worried Rangers would still be alive and they would be getting hunted down, which there are some Rangers, but the Beastmen are doing a pretty good job of pushing them off. Just part of my Make-A-Wish charity efforts. Gotta let World Beater get into time in the sun. Oh, Strat game. Yeah, okay. So you could have just said that. All right, Ungrim is just murdering this Gorbel, who has the Axe of Men pop to make him unbreakable. But one more hit from Ungrim is going to do him in, and there it is. Swing, and dead? There we go. Nice job, Ungrim. Dwarves are pulling ahead as the Beastmen still attempt to route things off the map. We still have Torox, we still have a Giant, and we still have some Razor Gores, but I think the Beastman player did quickly realize he needs to take out all these little remnants of archers for him to really take control of this game. Razor Gore herds are finishing off these Dwarf Warriors. Minos are going to push these guys off. There's only one Ranger left that is currently shooting at the Giant, who is trying to counterfire against Ungrim Iron Fist, but the blasting charges on such a big target are going to get good shots out. He only has 50 armor, which is not honestly a lot, so he is getting taken down. Beastmen are running out of steam. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to guess at Kapna. Kapna, I hope that was even remotely close. Russian is not my first language, or my second, or my fifth. That Giant is giga-doomed. At 150 HP, it does not look like he will be coming back. Torox dives into these Rangers. How else are we doing? Other Rangers have also returned. They're still shooting more Minotaurs. Bounce power gets a little worse for the Beastmen still. I do wonder if Torox can kill Ungrim, if that is just the leadership spike you need, because these Iron Breakers are almost dead. That's a pretty healthy Iron Breaker, though, and that's a really healthy one. Without the Giants, I don't know if you can kill them all. Torox is going to take on Ungrim, which is probably the best chance you have. Brass Body is popped, but Ungrim's Axe of Dargo is also popped. 32 more bonus versus large. Even Torox's impressive 71 melee defense won't protect him from that, because that's 65 melee attack plus 62 bonus versus large. So he essentially has over 120 melee attack versus Torox right now. Torox is going to get a good shot on him, and then he is going to try and leave this combat as the steam guns are pouring in on him. The Minotaurs are almost breaking as the Razor Gore herds return to the fight, but those Rangers are continuing to be a problem. And the Ungrim's getting real low. Torox needs to get like 2 more hits on him. No, just 1, and he kills Ungrim outright, which will lower the leadership for the Dwarves, but they and the High Elves are 2 factions that just don't give a single shit if their Lord dies. Like, leadership is not a problem for them. Rangers are going to rout off, but we have 3 Iron Breakers still to deal with. For the Beastmen, we are down to just a very, very close to dead Minotaur and Torox. I don't see anything else really coming back to this fight, because this Gyrocopter is going to chase those Minos off the face of the earth. And even Torox, man, he can't clear all this shit. He does have Blood Beast for 100% armor-piercing explosion. Maybe that can carry him if he gets, like, right into this tight cluster of Iron Breakers and pops it. I don't know how much damage it's going to do. How can you not know the best Mario character? You're talking about Waluigi? Minos are going to dive in with Torox also attacking these Minos with blasting charges. That will rout them off. And if you want to be real scummy, but technically correct, Torox should run into the Iron Breakers, pop his explosion, and then chase off the Rangers and Minos with blasting charges while it recharges once more. This should be a nice charge down the line. Oh, no, he didn't do the cool somersault animation. He just did kind of a limp meh. Okay, explosion, right here, right here, right here. You're so surrounded. Yeah, explosion. That did no damage. All right, Torox is giga fucked. The only way they win this is if that explosion did, like, so much damage. Though it does apply the burnt debuffs. These guys' leadership's actually dipping low as far as Iron Breakers go. And the Minotaurs charging into these Iron Breakers might actually break them. The balance of power is back to dead even. These Ironbreakers, their leadership percentage is getting low, but man, they had such a high leadership to begin with that they're still at like 9. While the Minos are actually struggling a little bit. Torox continues to battle it out. The Ironbreaker's getting close to routing, but these Minos, they're not looking too hot. They have less than 1,000 HP left. The Ironbreakers go negative, and they actually do break. And now Torox is trying to path his way out. The Minotaurs are also trying to get out of here while they still have leadership left, and they need to run down. Ooh, they're going to actually just charge straight into the Ironbreakers. This is risky, but you can attempt to win it all if you rout these Ironbreakers who are faltering. But you also risk letting these Rangers come back and then shoot in on you, and your leadership definitely can't withstand that. But it doesn't seem like the Gambit is paying off. The Ironbreakers are just too stalwart. They're getting low, but not low enough, and the Minotaurs are actually losing leadership faster. They might rout, leaving Torox all alone as he tries to recharge up Brass Body, and here come Gyrocopters out of left field. They'll chase off these other Minotaurs who have just routed. Torox officially stands alone. There's no way in heck those Minos are coming back. Brass Body is popped for Torox yet again, giving him an impressive 85 melee attack. Actually, that doesn't do it. Oh, his Rune Tortured Axes. I didn't realize he has those. That'll definitely help him clear out all this stuff. Anyway, what I was going to say is Brass Body gives him an impressive 71 melee defense plus some melee defense. Can Torox actually just get it? Torox does have Gore Feast? You mean the heal? No, he doesn't have the heal. That's like only the Gorgon does. Torox is surrounded by dudes, and he gets one of those lucky little charge animations. Other Ironbreakers are thinking about leaving, and he almost has he has to have a Blood Beast back up very soon. It's only a 90-second cooldown, so if he applies the burnt debuff to all these guys again, their leadership is going to tank so much that they might rout. Holy shit, Torox has got this. No joke, Torox has got this. Oh, he's hanging in there. He's shattered the miners. The Ironbreakers are thinking about leaving too. They're at 2 leadership. If he pops the explosion thing, he'll rout those, but they just rout on their own anyway. Only 7 for these guys. If he pops the explosion, the burnt debuff alone will take them out. Without the Ironbreakers, they for sure lose. Their leadership needs to get a little bit higher before that explosion comes in, or they're fucked, but they're just fucked anyway. He doesn't even need the explosion. They're all routing. Holy shit, Torox is gonna do it. Holy shit, I didn't think he could do it. I didn't think this was the Torox of game 2. I thought it was the Torox of game 3. He popped it like 20 seconds ago. I must have missed it. I was probably looking at the Gyrocopters. Meow meow, I'm sorry. So Torox is going to chase off all the Ironbreakers, and this is honestly GG. The Dwarves, there's no shot they come back in this at all. It's okay, I still love you a little bit. Nice. Yeah, the Ironbreakers only have 36 melee attack, and he does rock a pretty solid melee defense when he has Brass Body popped. As he casually strolls through the Ironbreakers. Ironbreakers up ahead, negative 21 leadership, 11 for these guys, so they could come back, and negative 1 for these. But even if this one rallies, I don't think they can kill Torox at this point, because he's got to have Brass Body back up. Very GG. Okay. 3,500 for Torox the Brass Bull. Who needs a caster? The Gore Bull got 600 value, Giants 800 and 800, so they're brothers to the end. Minotaurs 1,500 and 1,000, Razorcore Herds 1,000 and 300, and the Younger Spearman Herds got jack diddly nothing. Ungrim Iron Fist with a very impressive 2,600. 1,500 on Ironbreaker, 1,300 on another, 1,000 on a last one. Damn it. Who just messaged me? Okay. Sorry. Answering a question for one of the players. Cannons did not get a lot of value. They forced the beastmen into them, but then they were shut down by those Razorcore Herds. Wow, the Gyrocopters did not get as much value as I thought. Though I think they are a little under undervalued here because they did chase off like 3 different units that routed, so they were just kind of like a quote-unquote dog unit that was nice to have. Rangers did okay. Dwarf Warriors did great. Miners and Blaster Charges actually struggled a bit, and the basic miners also struggled. Very GG. Okay. So Toe Jerk is another person I don't think we have had the pleasure of spectating, so I am going to stay in this lobby just because I do like to try and catch different people. When we watch these new player tournaments, I like to watch people that aren't always on stream all the time. So I'll stay here, and we will see out there once again, this time versus Joe Turk. Or Toe Jerk, sorry. Losing is like your opinion, man. Blood for the blood god or something, man. Normal miners do suck very badly, yes. Nice quantity of beef. It was a fun beastman build. I have a lot of suggestions on what would be better, but it worked. I don't want to be an asshole. I don't think the Gorbel is worth it versus Dwarves because your bonus versus large is just wasted. So I would replace him with a caster. The Mindhunters are fine. Razor Guards are fine. The Chaff was fine. If you really want the double giants, I mean, they did okay here. I don't love it, but they did okay. But I would definitely replace the Gorbel with the caster. For sure. And then if you want to optimize, but this is more optional, would be like, replace the giants with manticores. You can get 2 manticores for the price of one of those giants you were repping, and they'll do the same thing for you. They'll do a lot of disruption and being a big single entity. But then you save like 1,400 gold on that trade, and you could get... I like Ungor Raiders, the archers. You could also get like almost 2 Tuskor chariots for that amount. So I would do that. Okay. What did I miss? You missed actually a fucking epic game, fly spraying my mouth. It is best of 1. It is best of 1 with a double elimination bracket. We are trying a little different. Because Rainy Frog... when I say argue, it implies that, like, it was negative. He was just saying that a double elimination would be better for new player events because then you don't dedicate... I think he put it like... You don't dedicate 3 hours of your time and then sit down and lose immediately and you're just out. So a loser's bracket at least gives you a little bit more bang for your buck time-wise. And like 3 hours, I meant, mentally you're prepared. You're not scheduling things in this amount of time. And then if you lose right away, it's like you feel like you just wasted your night. So double elim could be good for that. But I have tried double elim before in non-new player tournaments, and it legitimately took like 7 or 8 hours to finish a tournament. And I was like, okay, fuck that. So we compromised and did best of 1, but with a loser's bracket. Because I think it was actually Toe Jerk who fought by the dip last new player tournament or 2 new player tournaments ago. I don't remember. But he fought by the dip game 1, and Toe Jerk was like a pretty much brand new player, while by the dip was clearly pretty good, but still, like, I would consider him a newer player. Like, he wouldn't beat, like, Void Laws or anything, but he was pretty good. And Toe Jerk's like, well, I got fucking bodied round 1, so that was cool. So at least, like, this, I mean, like, if you're, 3 inches who apparently lost to Night Neat, then at least, like, if Night Neat's really fucking good, at least you have a second chance to get a different opponent who's, like, maybe closer to your skill level, because, like, new is very... It's a broad term. Like, there's new players that don't know how to move their units. There's new players that know how to move their units but don't know what a good build is. And there are new players that have just never played in a tournament, but they've been spamming quick battles since 1977 and they're ready to kick your shit in. So it's like, I mean, new players a pretty broad expanse. All right. I'll message out there about reporting his score, because otherwise List doesn't know he's supposed to be fighting. But Toe Jerk is here. On Challenge, I could do it for them, but Total Tavern, it's a much more complicated process, and I'm worried I'll break the tournament every time I touch something. I should have got some Slayers. What up, Total? Dude, that was a good game, though. That was a good fucking game. Chaff seem to me like they're a bit overvalued multiplayer. They never get their value, which I for that, but it feels a little less chaff. Maybe a little more could be better. It depends. It depends. It depends. If you get value from being the bullet sponge, chaff needs to be the gold standard. So List did get dropped down to the losers bracket. Oh, interesting. That's how it populates. Okay. Well, we wait for them to do picks and bans anyway. So each of the round one people that lost, it gives them each their own spot, and then it's waiting for the bye round people will start filling in this area. Interesting. Cool, cool. All right, we'll see how it goes. So Night Neat, Subhuman Being, Rainy Frog, and Out There have advanced. And hey, my 2 tournament predictions, Subhuman Being and Raining Frog, hanging in there. They made it through round 1. I'm a mega genius. Out There has switched over to Nurgle and started building a build. So I think he is Nurgle. I don't know what Toe Jerk is. I see an entire Lizardman build, but that might be left over. Giants are cool, and sometimes being cool is more important than winning, right? Wrong! Winning is everything! Back me up, Strat Game. Hey, Edwin. What'd you miss? You missed a really good game 1, but that's it so far. Get some ribbits in the chat. Hell yeah. Alright, Nurgle is ready. And Lizardmen are ready. Okay, this is the build we're getting. And ladies and gentlemen, get ready for a spicy fucking meatball. Oh boy. This is gonna be crazy. Nurgle versus Lizardmen. The Nurgle build looks a little more what I'm used to, a little bit. I don't see a lot of Herald of Nurgle, but otherwise it looks fine. Is that motherfucking Krokgar, Lord Croak, the Quaddle ROR, and a bunch of Chevron Dosaurus? That looks a lot like my Lizardman versus Corn build I did in a quick battle to try to entertain stream, and I got my ass handed to me because Saurus sucked dick and Krokgar sucks dick. So I don't know how this is gonna work, but my first guess is not very well. Because I was trying it, I'm like, Krokgar can't be that bad, and then he was utter fucking garbage. So for Toe Jerk's sake, I hope Krokgar brought his dancing shoes so he's actually ready to play this game, because he did nothing versus Valkia. Hello, it's me. I've been playing this game since the middle of 2's run, and I am terrible at it. Maniacal Toaster! Well, dude, as I'll tell anybody on any of these streams here, if you are looking to participate in new player tournaments in general, or or blah, 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 the things, you can join my Discord. In here, you can get the Rat Ogre role. There's no qualifications to get it, just that you're not like, you know, a person who wins tournaments all the time. But if you're a relatively new player, whether you're just like brand new to multiplayer, you've played like a lot of quick battles and stuff, you can get that. That'll give you access to a new player only chat where it's us and the coaches. It'll give you a list of coaches, and these are people who have all agreed to be pinged and stuff. So like, you know, if you want to know about the Dwarves, you can ask Umai's, myself, Mr. Ogre Hater, or Mr. Spearbox about them. These are people who want to hear from you. They're happy to give you builds. They're happy to give you ideas. If they don't want to be in this list, they tell us and we take them off the list. It is not a problem. It also gives you a best of one practice pit, which is just like quick battles, but you know your opponent isn't going to corner camp or forest camp, that kind of thing. We also have been having a lot of our newer players give the Vermin League a shot. It's the best of 3 bot. It matches you with other players and gives you elo and stuff. And even if you don't want to get into tournaments just yet or do any of that right now, we still have a matchup discussion channel where people just talk about like, hey, I'm playing quick battles and I want to take this. Is this a good idea? And tons of people are super happy to talk to you about it, man. Nobody is, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but barely anybody in this community is secretive about their builds because they're just like really proud of them and they want to take credit for it. So if you use their build and you go, wow, that was a great build, most people are like, fucking right, I'm amazing at making builds. So they're happy to give you a starting place. So feel free to hop in, hang out, it's a good time. Even if you don't want to play in tournaments, if you just play quick battles or campaign, we love talking to people. And this game's off very quickly, so I barely got through my pitch there. For the Lizardmen, we have 1 Skink Skirmisher, 2 Feral Cold Ones. Whoops. Camera got a little too far there. We have 2 Skink Cohorts with Javelins, a whole bunch of Saurus, most of them with their clubs, but 2 with spears. We do have the Spirit of Tepok, Quaddle, ROR, and Lord Krokgar on his little horned one, with just Swiftness of Itzel and Sacred Spawning of Swaddle, so we got rid of the Hand of the Gods. The other side for Nurgle, it is a Chaos Warrior plus Chosen frontline, 4 Chaos Warriors, 1 Chosen, 2 Exalted Plague Bearers of Nurgle, 2 Rotflies, and a Chaos Warhound of Poison. A second Chaos Warhound of Poison is currently running down those Skink Skirmishers. Actually, it's 2. Wow. All right, 3 total dogs. And then we do have a Herald of Nurgle up in the sky with Rancid Visitations, Stream of Corruption, and his Locus of Fecundity. Rotflies and dogs are sniping out a Feral Cold One, and dogs also did kill those Skink Skirmishers very quickly. At minimal damage to themselves, they will get routed by the Feral Cold Ones, but they're plenty faster than those dinosaurs. They should get out of here just fine. All right. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle have collided with the Saurus, but in comes Krok's magical spells, and they do no friendly fire damage. The Saurus are not in any danger whatsoever, as a nice little poke onto those Chaos Warriors does come through. Spirit of Tepok, what are you going to be doing with your time, as Plague Bearers are actually assaulting you right now, so you do need to duck, dive, dip, dodge, and duck. Looks like he is not doing that, as a Rancid Visitation's Overcast is currently whittling down poor little Krokgar. Spirit of Tepok does have 2 bound Earthbloods. No, just 1. He still might want to use that onto Krokgar or himself, or both. He does need to get those going. Nurgle's off to a quick balance of power lead, and I would tend to agree, though a rear charge in from the Feral Cold Ones is actually pretty nice against the Chaos Warriors. And Barona's Time Warp is popped in this area, really helping out these Saurus Warriors, though. Does it leave? Okay, it does follow the Spirit of Tepok around, and holy shit, he just dives into the Rotflies like a Chad. So if the Rotflies try and deal with him, they will have a pretty good trade there. But these Skink Cohorts with Javelins could turn around and really punish that area. And Lord Krok's going for the tier 3 spell onto the Exalted Plague Bearers. How much damage does it do? I actually don't know. A pretty good amount. I don't know if it's worth the Winds of Magic, but pretty good amount. Earthblood trying to heal up the Spirit of Tepok while a Rotfly engages in combat. The other Rotflies continue to chase these Skink Cohorts around. And these dogs trying to get rid of the Skinks in the backline, but Skinks should be okay. Saurus are trading effectively for once in their lives, which is brand new information to me. And another Lord Krok spell is coming out for the Plague Bearers. This one, it looks like they're going to largely avoid it, but it'll do a little bit of poke damage on their buns while they runs. Out there is leading on damage value by about 2,000, and the balance of power is starting to go a little bit in his favor. In response, I would tend to agree. Feral Cold Ones get rear charged by Chaos Warhounds of Poison, healed up by Fecundity, keeping them in the fight. Where are the Chosen? There, the Chosen Nurgle. Yeah, they are just fine. Krok is still really harassing the Exalted Plague Bearers with his spells. He's actually gotten pretty good value this game so far. Up to 1,000, which is nice. Nice for a lord that people generally consider a meme, so... I mean, a hero. He's a hero. Krokgar and the Spirit of Tepok are trying to find a home. Oh man, Krokgar. Krokgar, you absolute failure. Toadjerk was counting on you and you got 85 value, you fucking piece of shit. That's upsetting. Saurus actually didn't disappoint for once. Lord Croak is actually doing fine. The Spirit of Tepok is trying its best. It's also not getting a lot of value, but Krokgar is definitely the big sad here so far. Croak is getting Rains of Visitations, though he does have a 25% spell resist, so good for him. Good for him. It's not going to be enough to save him, but good for him. Another Lord Croak spell is going to hit 2 units at once, as the Herald of Nurgle is actually just going to chase him down. Yeah, that's tough. Lead is about 2,500-ish damage value now. Dogs are going to be routed off yet again by the skink cohorts. I feel like these guys have been routed off so much. Yeah, one of them just flat out shatters. And the Saurus are still holding. So all versus Khorne, they got shredded like nobody's business. Versus Nurgle, they are holding for quite a long time. Krokgar probably needs to loop out here, stop fighting these infantry, and get over here and try and snipe this guy while he's on the ground. Get a little bit of damage there. That's really the only way I can see the Lizards dragging this back is just a Lord Snipe. Get the Herald of Nurgle so damaged he demonic instability crumbles. Lowers the leadership of everybody, gets rid of their spellcaster, gets rid of healing for them, things like that. And maybe you can eke out a win, but it's looking real dicey. Krokgar is coming over, and Lord Croak throws down a big cast onto a cluster of infantry. Can Krokgar save the day? He piles in half HP on the Herald of Nurgle. This is Krokgar's like bread and butter is farting at a large target. Fighting with a large target. He is whooping on this Herald of Nurgle, and this could be the Lizard comeback we were promised so many ages ago as Krokgar continues to hit him. And he just flies away? How did he fly away? Krokgar was on your ass. Fuck you, you just fly away. Bullshit, you just fly away. Nobody just flies away from Krokgar like that, you asshole. All right, Herald of Nurgle's flying over the battlefield. I think he has another Locus of Fecundity. That is what he was flying over here for. As he gets another heal off, Lord Croak's chucking down another spell. Lord Croak doesn't give a shit. Lord Croak is here to carry as Rotflies descend upon Krokgar. The Spirit of Tepok is going to fight the Herald of Nurgle, and we'll do pretty well at it. Only 52 melee defense, but the Spirit of Tepok does have 50 melee attack, so he's largely okay. And he does magic damage, so he gets through. He gets through that melee defense, man. He's doing his best as Croak is down to 70 health. He is officially dead, which leaves Krokgar all alone in a sea of Rotflies. Lizardmen are starting to shatter. The balance power tips against them, and it was a good game, but Nurgle clutch it out. What is a unit? I'm a new player. A unit is an entire of something. Like a unit of Rotflies is all 12 Rotflies that are in this particular 900 gold thing. Like a unit is a square card with a health bar. Why are regular Plague Bearers, Bloodletters, and Spink Horrors rare since the Warriors DLC? Because they're bad. Yeah, if you want cheap chaff, you can get Nurglings. If you want elite infantry, you can get Exalted Plague Bearers with their grenades. And Plague Bearers in the middle are just kind of too slow and not good enough to do anything. Bloodletters can be seen, but they're not very common because, again, you either just want to go... If you want cheap, you go Marauders, and if you want to do really well, you go Exalted Bloodletters. Basic Bloodletters are just like too expensive to be chaff, but too weak to be worth bringing. Pink Horrors don't have armor piercing, so why would you bother bringing them? We could just bring Blue Horrors. Because if neither has AP, Blue Horrors are a better melee unit and they're cheaper. Pinks just have more ammunition, but who cares? Blue Horrors get what you need to get done, and then they charge into melee. If Pinks had armor piercing, they would definitely be used more, but they're not. I love making the most off-meta type builds. That's fair, Patrick Walker. You do what you want. Fly spray your mouth? Good. Good. Is it true that Nurgle's the toughest demon faction to play? I would say Tzeentch is the most mechanically difficult, but Nurgle can be the hardest to win on. I don't think that they're mechanically challenging, but I think they are the easiest to lose on, if you know what I mean. Like, not trying to flame, I'm just saying if you make a mistake with Nurgle, it's very costly. It's just, like, not, you know, super intense microfest every single game, clicking a million times, making all these decisions. It's pretty slow gameplay by design, but if you fuck up real bad and you lose a unit. Slaanesh is the hardest. Oh, Meow Meow, that's another good point. I think Khorne might be the easiest to play. even though they do lose a lot, I still think they're probably one of the best starter demonic factions out of the four, because they're both easy-ish to play. Everything's relative, right? Easy-ish to play, and they win less than Tzeentch, but more than the other two, right? Where Tzeentch is the hardest to play, but they're the most effective at top-tier gameplay. Slaanesh is hard to play and doesn't reward you for it, and Nurgle is roughly easy to move your units around, but hard to win, so... yeah. Did Krokkar fail his task? Horribly. Anyway, Herald Nurgle, 2,000 value. Chosen of Nurgle and the Exalted Plaguebearers both did fine. Rotflies were disruptive. I guess that's something for them. Chaos Warriors and Nurgle did fine. Chaos Warhounds with Poison did well. Krokkar, 760 value. Towards the end, he started doing some stuff. Still think he's bad. Lord Croak actually did well, just unironically well. Spirit Tepok did fine. Saurus Warriors held forever, getting decent value back. Feral Cold Ones got ganked, and his King Cohorts did fine, but yeah, definitely just Krokkar not having a time. All right, let's find ourselves a game. So Rainy Frog and Harkin, I see the lobby. I'll message Rainy Frog. Because if he just got done, I don't want to spectate that game because we've watched Out There twice in a row, and I don't want to watch Out There a third time. Nothing against Out There. It's just like we do have to diversify who we're watching. But if it's Rainy Frog versus Harkin, then I'll watch that. And it is going to be Rainy Frog versus Harkin. We're trying to go to this game. Rainy Frog versus Harkin, right there. Okay, Rainy Frog, 1, 2, 3. He said Harkin is making their build right now, so he should be getting into game very soon. Wood Elves and Dark Elves. Dark Elves are ready. Wood Elves have 10 gold left to spend, so unless they change something, they will be ready super shortly. Also, I should say that the winner of this does get a $10 DLC for Warhammer 1, 2, or 3 from Al Fair. So there is a prize. Alright, I'm just checking on something, but I'm not going to be a dick about it. Yeah, okay. I was just making sure I had the rules right. I'll bring hell pit abominers to spite you and proving they're amazing. Good luck proving they're amazing. What up, Vanthus? You just missed a Lizardman. You just missed the Lizardman. What up, Tian? Yes, you should buy Warhammer 3 just to enter the tournaments to get the DLC. Keck. I am actually going to message Harkin. I was going to leave it alone, but now I refuse to. Alright, they fixed it. Their build was technically illegal, and since they hadn't started it, I was going to message them and be like, hey, you can only take X amount of that unit. What cruel fate is this? Yeah. Yeah, you missed a Lizardman game. And it was pretty funny. I enjoyed it. Fucking Lord Croak zapping some fools. Elves versus elves is a win-win as a greenskin player. Yeah, dude. All right, we're readied up. Let's go. You want trees and stags. You're getting one of those. Samaric. Wait, Samaric, you don't have the Norska DLC? I feel like that faction would be your jam. From when I talked to you, you seem like a very Norska forward person. I don't understand you. Ha! Ha, Vanthus, I got it, because this spell is called the Deliverance of Pizza. It'd be really funny if CA said, gotcha. I understand, loud and clear. Healing is too strong. We're going to nerf healing. Also, here's Alcabald Hellbrass, and he has the best healing in the game now, and Tzeentch is the only healing faction. They're just going to heal. They're going to heal everything. The reason I'm trying to win is because if I won, Alfair would have to buy me the Norska DLC, and that's simply acceptable. Oh, Cetra does trample Norskins. You're right, you're right. Wiltrill, you're an old man with no friends. I'm sorry, but you have friends here. Does that help? Are we helping? I feel like we're helping. Lizardmen versus... Lizardmen. Wood Elves versus Dark Elves. For the Wood Elves, we have 4 Glade Riders with spears, I thought. Looks like just 3. 3 Glade Riders with spears, 2 Dryads, one of which is the Wraiths of the Winter Heart, which gives them Frenzy, Frostbite, and... that is it. Yeah. Otherwise, they're the same. Okay. We have Drycha with Pit of Shades as our only spell. And then we do have a Waystalker, just one, with Arrows of Kronos. We have triple Waywatcher, one of which is the Hawkeyes of Drakira, ROR. We have 5 Eternal Guard with shields. They give Kairos regen and shields next patch. He already has shields, and he already has regen if you count regrowth. Alright. Anyway, on the other side, for Rainy Frog and the Dark Elves, you have 3 Bleak Swords, a Manticore, Malice, Darkblade, a Sorceress of Dark with just a Soul Stealer, 4 Witch Elves, 2 Dark Riders, 2 Coldwind Knights. That is 5 Witch Elves, 3 Dark Riders, and 2 Coldwind Knights. Interesting. I don't know how I feel about a Sorceress of Dark just using Soul Stealer while she's on foot. Because Soul Stealer does do damage, but it really doesn't do that much damage, and if the healing is getting wasted on a footcaster, I don't know how I feel about that. You're more like an idol than a friend, but thanks, your kind words have warmed this frozen heart. I am the right person to idolize. I am literally perfect. Oh, you're talking free regen. I see, I see. Gotcha. Alright, Malice is getting sniped. Wow, that Arrow of Kronos did a lot of damage. And already our Manticore friend is now rampaging, so he can't dodge even if he wanted to. But the Dark Riders are coming in hot for those Waywatchers. And let's see how they do about this. They have okay melee stats, but they need to be constantly told to keep running away. And we do have some Glade Riders getting activated now to kind of run down those Dark Riders, but this is a lot of damage onto those Waywatchers that we're going to want back. Frail Manticore is now surrounded by Spearmen, as are the Dark Riders, and the Waywatchers continue to try and bumble away. Little rough trade there in the early game. Glade Riders with Spears are diving out. Looks like they're going to side charge onto these Coldwind Knights. Though it looks like they were actually trying to attack the Dark Riders. They didn't perform the charge animation onto those Coldwind Knights. And where are the Waywatchers? Where are the actual models? Okay, most of the models are outside the combat. Just the flags are kind of stuck in there a little bit. Dark Rider's getting peeled off. Manticore is almost breaking. Drycha does need to find herself a home, and this Waystalker continues to poke at Malice Darkblade, who is down to half HP, and his Warp Sword of Cain only heals him when he's in melee combat. So right now he's getting no healing, he's just taking raw damage. The Race of the Frozen Heart do need to get involved in melee combat somewhere, as these Waystalkers continue to fire at something somewhere somehow. Hawkeyes of Jakira get rampaged in by the Witch Elves, applying their little Madness of Cain to, like, the one Hawkeye unit that's in here somewhere. Okay, alright. So goodbye, Hawkeyes of Jakira. The other Waywatchers are routing, which will actually take them to safety, so hooray. Oh, now they're not routing, now they're just rampaging. Big Pit of Shade's going to catch 2 Dark Elf units. Meanwhile, these Waywatchers continue to fire over at, it looks like, the Coldwood Knights. It's getting good damage there, especially while they're already battling Glade Riders with spears. Manticore is separating itself from the blob fight to go over here and stop these Waywatchers, and man, Dark Elves are looking real strong since everybody realized that Witch Elves are good. Now all this rampage and shit is making it really difficult to play any factions into Dark Elves. Dark Elves are so fucking strong! Anyway. You want to see Franz get a buff, at least for Gal Miraz? Well, apparently chat's a bunch of Empire haters, so I doubt that's ever going to happen for you. Would Elves have weaker units? Yeah, pretty much. Through Dark Elves win because evil always wins and good is stupid. Yeah, right. Anyway, Waywatchers getting rampaged by the Witch Elves, and now finally starting to get away. The Hawkeyes of Jakira buy themselves a little bit of space. Malice has had to transform into Zarkan, which is neat for the Wood Elves. Means they're getting a little bit of progress. The rest of the map is going so poorly for them. All of their Waywatchers are beset by foes. Their Waystalker is already routed, and we're quickly getting down to just Drycha, who'll probably throw a Pit of Shades onto herself because there's like 3 units here. But even if Malice didn't exist, I think the Dark Elves would be winning this one. Since when did Dark Elves become so meta? I just recorded a video that mentioned this fact, but they have been meta since October of last year. Yeah, Dark Elves have been an S or A tier faction since October of last year. And they still are. Nice Pit of Shades right where we thought it would happen, but it's not enough to stop the bleeding, and Rainy Frog will take the W. Alright, I'm looking up a thing. Subhuman being and world beater. Alright, trying to line up our next game. Malice Darkblade, only 651 value. He had a hard time finding a fight as Waywatchers, and the Waystalker just shot at him. Cold Knights, the Manticore did fine. Witch Elves did very well. Dark Riders did, overall pretty well, but only one of them actually got that much value. Bleak Swords did okay. This side, Drycha did well. Waystalker did fine. Waywatchers, mixed value overall. Frontline, did okay, not great. Glade Riders got mostly run the fuck down, and the Dryads, mixed. GG. GG. So while I try to find our next game, here's where we are. World Beater and Subhuman being are who I'm trying to get into a game with, because we haven't seen either of those players. The losers bracket is all filled out, so those guys should be well on their way to playing their games. We just saw Out There versus Rainy Frog. Oh wait, no, we just saw Harkin versus Rainy Frog, yeah. So Out There and Rainy Frog are about to start soon. Soon. So what do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds, 5 of which are best of 1 left. Okay. Cool. All right, just checking in some things. This format looks pretty good. Best of one, but with a loser's bracket. We'll see. We'll see if people end up liking it. All right, World Beater and his opponent have not started yet, so we will be catching them. Give me my spec slot, you insolent person. He messaged me and said it was there, but it's not there. He lied. And I don't like liars. Liars are bullies. All right, there we go. Now there's a spec slot. World Beater versus Subhuman Being. Let's go. I'm thinking about calling into work tomorrow. I have a lot of PTO, and I've been super fucking busy. Dude, okay, here's how busy I've been. You wanna know how busy I've been? Here's how busy I've been. I have... in the last year of this YouTube channel, the lowest on videos in my... because I usually record a bunch of videos in a spurt, and then I post them all, and I list them on a schedule, so they come out every morning at 8 a.m., right? In the last year, the lowest I've been is 5 videos set. So if I got hit by a bus, there would be 5 videos that came out before anybody would know that I was missing. Before this stream, I had to quickly chuck out a quick video for tomorrow morning because I had nothing left. I've recorded 14, but I need to edit them and then make thumbnails and stuff. So I usually like to do everything in batches, like record all of them, edit all of them, thumbnail all of them. It's just a better workflow, get it done quicker. Rather than load up the recording software, then load up the editing software, then load up Photoshop and make it and all these things. But yeah, I've just been so fucking busy. So we've got one ready for tomorrow. I have an hour-long Queek Head Taker lore video that I need to edit down. It's going to take a lot of time. World Beater apologized for just figuring things out at the moment, which I told him is just fine. Subhuman Being apparently played Lizardmen in their second game. That was not on stream. But this one will be. Is this actually Empire versus Bretonnia? I don't know. Subhuman being saying the global bans were Dwarves and Ogres. So yes, Bretonnia and Empire are both actually up. It's subhuman beings pick 3 ban 2 though. So he could ban them both. He's picked Kislev, Dark Elves, and Lizards. So he's got to ban 2 things. We missed another Lizardmen game. This one wasn't on stream at all. This one wasn't your guys' fault. He banned Bretonnia and Empire. Okay, cool. So it's Kislev, Dark Elves, and Lizardmen. Bretonnia, Empire, Ogre Kingdoms, and Dwarves are all banned. Pick Lizardmen. Ban beastmen. That last one didn't make any sense. I wonder if he's trying to tell me what the global picks and bans for that game 2 that he sent me the replay for. I don't know. Now I'm confused because he said pick Lizardmen, ban beastmen, but why would he ban again? Unless he's saying player 1 banned... What? I'm confused. I'm just going to wait to see what factions come up. I don't know what's happening anymore. I got confused. Looks like they're just figuring their shit out. Which is allowed. If anybody cares, Knight Neat and Samaric prevailed in the loser's bracket, which means Toe Jerk and Dr. Nerd are out for the night. Well played, lads, well played. I hope you had a good one. Toe Jerk did bring the Croc-Gar Lord Croak combo. Yeah, Tian, demonic instability needs a rethink. Because the problem with it is it's viewed as a positive. Because in domination mode it can be. Like a unit straight up dying in domination is way better than them routing. Because they get back into your... It gets them back into your reinforcement pool faster. But in land battles it's horrific. But it feels like that's a positive, so then the unit feels like they're balanced around like, oh, they have this positive thing that they crumble at a certain amount of health, and it's like, no, that is a terrible thing. Pretty sure they have devastating flanker, but it could be wrong. I believe they have the ability buds charging them up while killing, so hunting routers is good for them. Ah. Okay. It seems like World Beater and Subhuman Being are having issues with the pick and ban. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, Fat Kid Recess. I'll start the tournament soon. Don't you worry. I'll start it any second now. Do you have any tips for me in that Lizard game? Yeah, Croc-Gar unfortunately just did absolutely nothing for you. So that was a bit unfortunate. I liked your Lord Croakboy a lot. That was pretty good. You played well with the Quaddle, though I don't think the Quaddle is the sauce there. Yeah. I think you just need to readjust your build, unfortunately. Probably get either Salamander hunting packs or Razordon hunting packs if you have those DLCs. The DLC that has those. If you don't have the DLC that has those, then more skirmish skinks, because generally shooting is good versus Nurgle. I honestly didn't hate Lord Croak. He was fine, so you could keep him, or you could get Mazda Mundi as your lord instead. Bring him with his Ruination of Cities, Banishment, and the Comet of Cassandora, plus Apotheosis for healing. But those 3 damage spells should be able to clear out like infinite Nurgle infantry, and then you don't have to worry about them as much. Pterodons can also be pretty good versus Nurgle. Just Pterodons with their little spears. Because you can throw him at the Rotflies if he has Rotflies, and if he doesn't have Rotflies, then you command the skies, and you can throw down, downwards. Yeah, you say bad roster. I think if you replace the Spirit of Tephawk and Krokgar, you could have better results. I did like Lord Croak. The Saurus did better than I thought they would, so it wasn't like garbage. It's just like Krokgar didn't do anything, and that sometimes just happens. Like, whoops. Took a lord that really needs some buffs. But yeah, your play wasn't bad at all, which is nice. It's easier to get a better army roster than it is to like just play better. Like you can take a perfect build and play it like shit, and then my feedback is, well, don't play like shit. And you're like, great, that's super helpful. I love obscure not playing like shit. So, yeah. Oh, Strat Games, you're doing good. Good. So World Beater flipped over to greenskins. Subhuman being still on Bretonnia. They have literally no role besides being cheaper. Yeah. It's current year, I agree. I think the Spear Striders are just terrible compared to the whips. Alright. World Beater's asking me how I like his build. And I will keep my response neutral because I refuse to give advice about the builds. Until after we're in the game. But I generally don't like to talk about builds in the lobby in a new player tournament. Alright, World Beater's locked it in. We are getting lizards. Alright, Vanthus. Just for you, the lizards were picked. We have lizards versus greenskins. The greenskins are already locking it in. Slamming that shit down. Sorry about this. A little bit longer pick phase. Out there in Rainy Frog are still battling it out. Harkin, 3 inches, and Aerodactyl and List are still fighting as well in the lower bracket. Dreadsaurian, please. You are not getting a Dreadsaurian, though you are getting a pretty cool build, so I don't think you'll be that upset. Double Salamander! Hey, thanks, Dian. Thanks for finding him for me. That's great. Thanks for doing that. I am going to message Night Neat. And I'm coordinating with a player for our next game. Carnosaur, he won't. Dude, I was on a brief kick of playing Lizardmen. I was playing Croxagores and stuff when the Croxagores got their buffs. Also, I think a Feral Carnosaur does have a place versus certain factions. Unfortunately, the Dreadsaurian is just better in all of those circumstances now that we learned that with healing it's fucking busted. But the Carnosaur isn't bad, it's just there's a lot better things. Unfortunately. Alrighty, what do we got here? For Subhuman Being, we have 4 Saurus Warriors with their clubs, 1 Skinkors with javelins, 3 Chameleon Skinks. We have Mazdamundi on Zlak with Comet of Casadora, the Net of Amnatok, and his Bound Banishment. No healing from him, interestingly enough. No Apotheosis. 2 Coldwind Spear Riders. Yuck. I hate this unit. I hate them. On paper, they should be good, but they're just not. They're just trash. I hate them. And then 2 Ancient Salamanders. Cool, cool. I told Beats to bring a caster, and he said no. He took my build that massacred it and made me very sad. That's funny. Alright, for the other side, for the greenskins, we have triple Black Orc, one of which is the Crimson Killer's Black Orcs. 2 Giants, Skarsnik, a Black Orc Big Boss, the Swamp Things plus Stone Trolls, and then 1 Goblin Wolf Rider, 2 Goblin Wolf Riders. No caster. Alright, greenskin build. It is very, very silly. I am not thinking it will win, and especially not without a caster. The Saurus are tough, man. They're gonna have to be versus Black Orcs. So Chameleon Skink should probably be shooting at the Giants. Mazdamundi is throwing a net onto the Crimson Killers, but does he have any follow-up? It looks like the Bound Banishment plus some Salamanders poking into them are going to be the follow-up that we need here. Woo! Little bit of damage! Oh, the Banishment takes a favorable arc, coming back a little bit to get more damage on the Crimson Killers and stuff. But yeah, the Chameleon Skinks and the Skinkords of Javelins need to be shooting at the Giants, for sure, and the Ancient Sallies can keep shooting at Black Orcs, which they are, and they're doing great at it. Meanwhile, the Coldwind Spear Riders getting a rear charge onto some Goblins, looks like they're trying to, but they actually end up with the Crimson Killers, which will go poorly for them. No Wurzag? Yeah, no Wurzag, though that makes me sad. I think Wurzag is the best, and he's also my favorite, because he's great. Alright, the Skink cohorts of Javelins are firing on the Swamp Things who are already breaking. The Goblin Wolf Riders are also breaking. And our Skinky friends are doing Skinky friends things, but Mazdamundi is a little too deep here. He is a little too deep for my liking. He gets rampaged by fermented fungi, and there's no healing on him. He didn't bring Apotheosis. So that is really, really rough for the Lizardmen. Now, this is going well. This flank, they have shattered the Swamp Things, and they've routed the Black Orcs, which is fine. But they need to disengage now, have the Saurus chase the Black Orcs, have some Chameleon Skinks maybe push off the Goblin Wolf Riders. They need to focus everything on bailing out Mazdamundi, who has stopped rampaging, but he still hasn't retreated just yet. I hope he breaks, because if he breaks, then he'll run away, and that is desperately what the Lizardmen need right now. They need Mazdamundi to run the fuck away. Alright, he is getting out of here. He's throwing down a Comet of Casadora behind him, which is going to hit these Black Orcs. Let's watch their health bar. 6,000 HP about now. 600. Oh, it curved a little bit into the Saurus, actually doing more damage to them. But Mazda is alive, and that's huge for the Lizardmen. Black Orcs are still routing, though it doesn't look like the Saurus are chasing them. The Saurus are just kind of standing in a pile, which is not the player's fault. Usually it's just down to unit jank, so that's a bit of a problem. Gulf Riders, yes. Goblin Wolf Riders being chased off on the far side. Stone Trolls are routing now. We're getting closely down to 4 single entities. And yeah, these Black Orcs actually do just rally, so the Saurus failed at chasing them, and now they're just going to go join the blob fight for a little bit. Coldwind Spear Riders were rear charging the Crimson Killers, but not getting a lot done. And the Chameleon Skinks are shooting the Crimson Killers. They need to shoot the Giants. They're not very good versus the Crimson Killers in the first place, because Crimson Killers have like 1,000,000 armor. But you don't have a lot to kill the Giants, so you need to focus all of your ammunition on them, because Mazda can't do it. Mazda has Bound Banishments and Comet of Casadora, so he can deal with Crimson Killers and stuff, but nothing you have can deal with the Giants. Ancient Sally is getting caught out. He's taking too much damage. He does need to pull back, so some mis-execution on some of the single entities here for Subhuman Being. His Coldwind Spear Riders have been doing what they needed to all game. He secured the flanks pretty well. All that stuff's going good, but his single entities are doing some whoopsies, like when Mazda YOLO'd his life away for a bit, and the Sally took half HP. Another fermented fungi. Is he going to rampage? No, so he needs to fall back. He needs to run away. He needs to run away. Oh no. His charge animations are taking him closer to Skarsnik. He needs to run away. Oh no. He's not gonna run away, but he needs to run away. Please, for the love of God, run away. Already starting to go. Oh God, he's taking so much damage. This hurts, man. This hurts. It didn't have to be this way. Mazda routes, thank God. It might actually take him to safety as he starts to run away from the giants, but he's down to 91 HP. Yeah, he's gonna fucking die. That's brutal. That is a brutal misplay. Lizardman player is gonna regret that for the rest of their days. For the rest of their days. Whoops. All right, looks like the greenskins have got this one. I don't know what the lizards can do because their lord is dead as hell. He has 35 HP. He's not coming back. No way, Mazda comes back with 35 HP. Holy shit, he does. Okay, that brings their caster back, and it means they don't get the lord is dead debuff. So he's rallied. He needs to cold blood himself. Otherwise, he's gonna rout. Maybe the lizardmen can kite this out now, but this... Damn it, the chameleon skinks are still using their ammo on random shit like the Crimson Killers. They need to focus up. At this point, there's just not enough DPS. Yeah, the chameleon skinks, the skink coats, the javelins just use their ammo on different things. Mazda's routing yet again, even though he's at 14 leadership. Still routed. And Stone Trolls are actually going to go after him now. So the last of the Black Orcs is routing, but that doesn't really matter. Alright, Maz is back. He's gonna need to cold-blooded himself and then charge these guys, but he's doing that thing again. I don't understand leadership, man. When he's routing, his leadership is positive, but as soon as he rallies, he gets a negative leadership again due to a whole bunch of factors. It's really dumb. Leadership is stupid. Cold One Spear Riders are charging in and doing Cold One Spear Rider things, which is, let me check my notes, nothing. But man, they're trying really hard at doing nothing. Ancient Salamanders are firing in 4 volleys on one, 7 on the other, doing what damage they can to the giants, but it's really not a lot. The Chameleon Skinks have 3 volleys left, 0 and 0. Mazda's officially dead, which lowers the leadership of all the Lizardmen units, causing some terror routes near the center as the Ancient Salamanders continue to fire in on the single entities. And that's it. The heck, he's rounding positive leadership. It always does that. Like, I think exhaustion doesn't count. I forget which trait doesn't count, but like there's a certain trait that doesn't factor in when you're routing, but when you rally, it comes back on, so it'll just get rid of you. Yeah, so if the Lizardman player ends up watching this back, just a little better target priority on these skirmish units. Need to focus the giants down, let the salamanders shoot at the black orcs. Because salamanders are a lot better at clearing out infantry, while the skinks are better at shooting down one big target. So a bit of a whoopsie there, and a little whoopsies getting Mazda Mundi caught. Other than that, pretty solid. The build seemed fine. The Cold and Spear Rider play was really good. The infantry play was really good. Just the things I mentioned need to be worked on. For the greenskins, I mean, World Beater appeared to be having a little bit of fun with the build. I don't know if he meant to not bring a caster, or if he just slipped his mind on it. Played it fine. Other than that, River Troll Hags got the River Troll ROR got separated and killed real easily. You say healing is a problem, but I say the leadership mechanics a problem. Both are a problem. Why not both? The salamanders have anti-large. I thought it was only the salamander hunting packs that had anti-large. I didn't think the single entity salamanders did. Mazda with 700 value, 1500 and 1000 on the salamanders. Cold and Spear Riders together paid for one of themselves. God, I hate that unit. I don't know why Cold and Spear Riders are so fucking bad, but they are. 600 for the Saurus. 800 and 600 for the Chameleon Skinks, so pretty good there. GG. Skarsnik 800, Black Orc Regos 600, Crimson Killers 1,100, 900 on a Black Orc, 500 on the other one, 1,100 on Stone Trolls, 75 whole damage value on the Swamp Things. Very, very, very little Goblin Wolf Riders, and then the Giants did well. GG. GG. All right. I'll update the bracket. We'll see how we're doing here. Knight versus Aerodactyl. And the players are not in the lobby just yet, but I have found the lobby. And Aerodactyl is his opponent, so hopefully he'll be getting in here soon. I will now take you over to said bracket. So we're down here. Aerodactyl versus Knight. Samrak awaits the winner of 3 inches and Harkin. Subhuman Being awaits the winner of that. Out there is waiting for these two. Rainy Frog is battling World Beater. Rainy Frog did prevail over Out There. Yeah. So whoever wins that best of one will go to finals. Whoever loses it will pop down here. So losers bracket will have most of our content for the rest of the night. And let's get it. I think out of all the players left in the tournament, I have not seen 3 inches or Samarek. Everyone else I've seen at least one of their games. So I have nothing against you, Harkin, but I'm hoping 3 inches wins so I can go spectate Samarek in 3 inches and spectate everyone in the tournament besides Dr. Nerd at that point. Yeah, Dr. Nerd will be the only one that I didn't catch a game of if 3 inches wins and I catch Samarek versus 3 inches, which would be pretty wild. Game 3 bans Ogres and Brett. Alright. Samric does not have a foe yet, but I did tell them to wait for us. And ban Empire and High Elves. And then we remove Dark Elves and pick Greenskins. Okay, so this was versus World Beater. So the Subhuman Beings options were Tomb Kings, Dark Elves, and Lizards. Banned Empire and High Elves. World Beater went Greenskins, removed Dark Elves, so it was Tomb Kings or Lizards versus Greenskins. And Subhuman Being went Lizards. Lizards! But Rainy Frog sent a replay to you? I haven't cast it. I've been casting the live stuff. Harkin won. Harkin did win. It's true. A lot of lizards getting spammed. Oh, did Aerodactyl 6 go lizards? He's sitting on lizards and has a build behind the blocker, but I don't know if it's a leftover build or if it's a real one. Yeah, he is lizards. He's locked in. Holy shit. Also, what is happening tonight? Dude, okay. I don't want to spoil too much. So I'll hush for a second, but I will say this. There was a tournament where everybody was playing Dark Elves, and everybody had to bring at least one Blackguard of Nagarond. Don't know why. Blackguard of Nagarond had not been meta for a very long time. They weren't meta after this tournament. But there was one tournament where everybody had to bring one. And then there was a different tournament where everybody was playing, what was it? Everybody was playing Empire, which all of a sudden chat hated Empire, which was very strange. So that was kind of weird that, like, everybody all of a sudden agreed fuck Empire as one for just one stream, and that became kind of a meme. What was the other thing, though? There was another thing where, like, everybody was picking this faction, and they were always taking blank unit that I'd, like, never seen before. Just everyone agreed it was good for that tournament, and then after that tournament, we never saw it again. And it's happening again. And as soon as Night Neat readies up, I'll talk more about it. All right, because now we haven't seen Saurus in forever. And now everybody tonight is playing Lizards, and everyone's bringing goddamn Saurus. And I don't know why. Saurus suck, don't they? Like, Saurus are really fucking bad. I thought. And then they did okay in Joe Turk's Toejerk. God, I always do that to him. They did okay in Toejerk's game, and Lord Croak was trying to fucking carry that game, but they held forever, I guess. But, like, no one has used Saurus in so long. Like, everybody tonight is like, you know what? Saurus. Which, I appreciate the Chad move, but I don't know, like, where was this council meeting that everyone decided to bring Saurus? Because it's been skink spam since, like, Warhammer 1. But Empire is cool. I like Empire, but Chad does not. Saurus are really good at holding. They're really good in Dom. But nobody plays Dom, so why would we care? Alright. For the Lizards, we have 5 360 shooters. All of them are chameleon skinks. We have 4 Saurus, 2 spears, 3 spears, 3 spears and 1 mace. Then we have a skink horse with javelins. The Shredder of goddamn Lustria. Look at him shredding. He has pink pupils, by the way. I mean, pink irises. Pink eyes. He has pink eyes. That dude has pink eye. And then there's a Life Salon, I believe. A Life Salon with Regrowth, Flesh to Stone, and then his Bound Spells. Source Warriors with single gold chevrons are very comparable to Marauder champions. Lies. Lies! The other side for Nurgle, we have 2 Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. We have 2 Chaos Knights of Nurgle. We have a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle. I hate that this is a thing in Game 3, by the way. A Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, and then it's like subset Nurgle, because he could be a Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle of Death, which is stupid. Maybe you should have thought of a better name than the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Blank if you're also going to have a Lore of Magic named Blank, like Slaanesh, Tzeentch, Nurgle. Khorne's the only one that doesn't do it because he doesn't have a lore. Anyway, 2 Chaos Knights, we have an Exalted Hero of Nurgle, a single Soul Grinder, 1 Nurgling, and 2 dogs. Oh, fuck. Night Needs just going in for it. Immediately throws his Skirmish Cav into melee with the Chameleon Skinks. They get good damage on the charge, but they're getting counterfired by these other Skinks quite a lot. And the Shredder of Lustria's charge into them is going to be brutal. These Skirmish Cav are going to be dead before you even know it. Also, hi, John FB. Sorcerer brought a bit in Game 2. I don't remember that, but it was a very long time ago, so I'll just trust you on that. Alright, both the Skirmish Cav have been peeled off. One is straight up shattered, and the Shredder's just going for it. He's going ham. He doesn't give a single shit, as he already immediately routs the Marauders of Nurgle with a terror rout. Oh, they're holding. I thought they were going to go instantaneously, but it looks like they're going to hold for just a second. Where's that terror out, you bastards? You're so close. Whatever, doesn't matter. Chameleon Skinks firing at Chaos Knights. And a Miasma of Pestilence onto the Shredder of Lustria, bringing his melee attack down to 40. Not that he cares. He's still just going ham. Big charge in from the Chaos Knights. They do negative damage because Chaos Knight reasons. And they are now poisoned up by the Chameleon King. Saurus are pouring in behind them. They're taking a lot of damage. They're going to want to back out of there. There's the route. I was just waiting for it for a long time. Shredder of Lustria is walking over here to rear charge Knight Neat. Corncasters are my favorite casters. Yeah. Big charge onto the Chaos Knights. They take so much damage from that. Oh god, they are dead as hell. They're trying to get away from the Shredder. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? So the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle and the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, wherever he is, those two have got to gang up on this Salon. Hey, the Exalted Hero is doing what I wanted. Because their only shot, as poorly as this game is going, is if they can snipe out the Salon and isolate the Shredder with no healing. Maybe they can grind it from there. But the Lizardmen frontline is just destroying their Marauders. The Knights are getting killed off by the big Dreadsaurian. Soulgrinder's doing his best over there, and yeah, we're getting what we wanted. Lifesalon's down to half HP, though he is throwing a regrowth onto himself, which will be very hard to snipe through. Meanwhile, in the background, Chaos Knights and Dogs chasing down all of these Chameleon Skinks. So that is a good way back this game for Knight Neat, who is actually up on damage value. The Lizards are catching... The Lizards are close by, but actually they are technically behind on damage value. It just doesn't look that way. One, because of healing, but two, because of just the massive amount of routing damage the Dreadsaurian has done that, like, the Nurgle forces are just in complete disarray. Regrowth still healing up the Salon. The Nurgle caster and Exalted Hero are falling back after getting what damage they could. The Knights and Dogs are cleaning up all of these skirmishers, which is pretty good. And honestly, the Saurus Warriors aren't looking so hot, judging by the damage the Soul Grinder's done to them. So while the Lizards did get an early lead, the Shredder and the Lifesalon are quickly becoming a majority of their army. I'm the part with the Shredder Lustria when it's shredding time and shred it all over Nurgle. Ooh, that's going to be a nasty volley. It didn't do as much as I honestly would have hoped. But there, good Stream of Corruption will go down all three of these units. Yeah, good job punishing the guys that are too clumped up. But this is the bad times. 64 speed versus the 60 of the Shredder of Lustria. He can technically get away. These Chaos Knights of Nurgle need to be rallied and probably chucked into the Shredder as just fodder to get the Soul Grinder to safety. Because the Soul Grinder's taking so much damage. It's just getting constantly staggered. It's having a hard time getting away from the Shredder. Now it's starting to get away. It will take a little damage on the backside. Exalted Hero is fighting... Oh, God, how did you end up here? In a full health unit of Saurus Warriors with spears. He's just completely surrounded, and he needs some assistance to get out of here. Meanwhile, the Soul Grinder of Nurgle is trying to get away from the Shredder, creeping along. The Nurgle infantry's not doing so hot. We have Dogs out here that need to chase down these skirmishers. It looks like they're getting a little bit distracted. There's too much going on, so the Nurgle player is dropping commands. Like, these Knights are trying to walk past the Chameleon Skinks instead of just charging them. The Soul Grinder keeps stopping in front of the Shredder for a little bit. And these Saurus Warriors somehow got on top of this Exalted Hero. Get him down to half HP, but the Stream of Corruption really doesn't do as much damage as I remember it doing before the nerfs. I think that was like 2 patches ago, but still. Since the nerfs, it's a decidedly okay spell. Not bad, but not incredible. Alright, Soul Grinder still taking a lot of damage, ends up getting caught in melee combat for a bit. It is now getting orders to once again run away, but man, it has taken so much damage during this. And what's the second spell you have? You have Fleshy Abundance, so you could heal up the Soul Grinder in the late game, or Fecundity could do it. Meanwhile, that Life Salon is isolated once again, and yeah, we have attack order straight onto him. So while this Soul Grinder is distracting the Shredder of Lustria, these two single entities need to go fight the Salon and kill him. But unfortunately, the Soul Grinder is retreating in the direction of your other single entities, so you're dragging the Shredder back to where it needs to be, unfortunately for you. Bounce power is artificially inflated in favor of the Lizardmen. Now, a full health Salon isn't that big of a deal, but the Bounce of Power sure thinks it is. Fleshy Abundance on the Soul Grinder of Nurgle will heal him up quite a bit. And the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle is trying to get away. This one's a Fleshed Stone on the Salon Mage Priest of Life, while the Shredder catches once again back up to our Soul Grinder friend. Staggers him, but does not hit him. But I think he'll hit him next time. Yeah, he hit him that time. Dogs and Chaos Knights continue to chase down all of these little skirmishers. And the Life Salon, his healing cap is in sight, and he's getting his ass kicked. The Shredder has to come back over here and bail him out, but it looks like he is dead set on the Soul Grinder. Not anymore. He's coming, and Nurgle needs to read the room. They need to fuck off. You did it. You distracted him. Now run. Run! Run, my pretties! The Caster Lord gets out, but the Exalted Hero of Nurgle gets stuck in the Saurus. He can't move. He's going to have to run the other direction because he's trying to path through too many Saurus. Their bodies are too thick, and he can't escape. Balance power goes back-ish to the middle. Damage value is about even as well, and the Exalted, the Chaos Lord of Nurgle is trying to get away from the Shredder while the Exalted Hero does actually pull out the other direction. Side charge onto the Saurus Spears as Marauders are getting close to routing. Might bail them out, but man, the Chaos Knight charges just don't do any damage. Awesome Rhino, you're McRightface? I didn't know that. I didn't know you're McRightface. I hope you're having fun in Paris. My Curse of the Slug, trying to slow down the Shredder and get the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle out of here. I wonder if he has Fecundity by now. I wonder if he uses that army ability if he gets the Soul Grinder next to the Exalted Hero of Nurgle, who is getting a Fleshy Abundance, so good healing for him there. Dog's still trying to finish off the last of the Chameleon Skinks in the distance. And how are we doing? Saurus are slowly getting whittled down. We still have a Chaos Knight that can do some chasing of some stuff. Big terror routes will cause the Saurus to actually start routing. The Chaos Knights can maybe chase them into the distance. And as for the Skinks, I mean, the infantry in general, we have an almost dead Saurus, an almost dead Saurus, and a full health out of ammo Chameleon Skink. But Nurgle's not looking too hot either. Immediate, Blood Stature Despite doing a lot of damage to them while the Shredder also shoots them and terror outs them off. Goodbye, Chaos Knights of Nurgle. Though honestly, you guys have been underwhelming as hell. I mean, sure you have 1100 value, which is still not paying for yourselves, by the way, but you've been running down mostly helpless skirmishers and you're taking forever to do anything. Bye, Hot Fiery Potato. Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle and his hero are trying to fight the Saurus Spears, but they're taking too long to clear them out. And yes, the Saurus are very, very tanky infantry. So if you're taking them, they will last forever, that's true. And Terror Routes are actually going to try and take the Exalted Hero and the Chaos Lord to safety, while the Soul Grinder kites around and fires at the Saurus. But army losses is getting danger close, especially with a regrowth coming in onto the Slon. I thought I saw him casting it. Never mind. Never mind. It's okay. I thought if he was going to heal up, he might just be trying to trigger army losses by getting his Lord even more healthy. Two Nurgle heroes are going to try to get away as the Soul Grinder continues firing at something. It says firing. I don't know what it can see. What are you aiming at that you're trying to fire at, you big dumb doof? There, it's going to shoot at a clump of Chameleon Skinks. It's actually just going to charge them. Chaos Knights and Nurgle down to 1 leadership. They might not even last long enough for the Soul Grinder to get in for the rear charge. Another heal onto the Exalted Hero of Nurgle. Both their heal caps are well within range here. The rear charge from the Soul Grinder, how much damage does it do? Rah! Boop. A little bit. Not a ton. A little bit. Dogs trying to chase off the Skink cohorts. I don't know what kills the Shredder at this point, because the Shredder has received so little healing that if the Slon is still alive at any point, that thing can get a ton left. Oh, awesome, Rhino. Well, hopefully that goes well for you. Soul Grinder of Nurgle fires over at the Saurus Spears, getting a little bit of poke damage onto those guys. Maybe a rear charge from these Chaos Knights plus the two heroes will do well. Man, that Shredder is keeping up with them despite being slower. Even though it's poisoned them, it's still shocking how easily that thing's keeping up. Chaos Knights are chasing a Shattered unit. They need to go after this non-Shattered unit as the Soul Grinder continues to fire at the last healthy-ish Saurus Spear. Healthy-ish being, like, relative to what's going on in this game. So Chaos Knights need to stop chasing a Shattered unit. These dogs are barely holding on while even chasing a routing Chameleon Skink. That's a bad sign. And I still don't know what kills the Shredder as the bounce power gets back closer to even. Soul Grinder continues to kite it out. And the 3 Saurus that are still here are, in fact, still here. Chaos Knights will end up chasing down those Saurus before they rally. Dogs are doing their job as well. And the Shredder of Lustria has used so much of its ammunition. 3,800 damage value onto that guy. And a quick regrowth onto the Slon Mage Priest of Life. I think he knows that this is going to be the target, so he just wants it to be as tanky as possible. Though I honestly wouldn't mind that regrowth going onto one of the Saurus Spears. It doesn't have to just be single entities. It can also be your pseudo-elite infantry. Nurgle is currently chasing stuff off the map. That's why he's just running around as he's trying to wait for his Chaos Knights and Dogs to get back into the fray. As, once again, the Soul Grinder is under attack. Now these machine guns are going to be making him pay, but every time the Soul Grinder distracts the Shredder of Lustria, yep, these two are going to try and find their way onto the Slon. As the Saurus turn around, they see it coming, so they're going to just surround these guys. And we've seen how hard it is for these Chaos characters when they get surrounded by Saurus, but it looks like the Saurus are actually going after the Exalted Hero, so the Chaos Sorcerer Lord does get through. And the Shredder continues to chase the Soul Grinder. Dogs flee from the Shredder shooting at them all the way over there. They did finish off the Chameleon Skinks, but they themselves will run off the map now. And it's up to this Chaos Sorcerer Lord and the Exalted Hero. Can they snipe out the Life Slon? It looks like maybe, and the Soul Grinder turns around as the Shredder of Lustria also goes back to the fight saying, fuck this shit, I have more important things to be doing with my time. And I definitely agree. Because that Soul Grinder only has 2 ammunition left, and then if it commits to melee next to the Shredder, it's just going to it's going to crumble away immediately. Chaos Knights and Nurgle are coming back for a rear charge on the Saurus. The Saurus are currently surrounding the Exalted Heroes. As the Soul Grinder has officially run out of ammo, it's trying to bombard this cluster, and it does get some good shots. But I still don't know what's going to kill that Shredder. My heart says nothing. There's more Marauders coming back. 11 minutes on this battle, and I know our other battle has been waiting for us. Seeing the Shredder, I thought this would be short, one way or the other. But yeah, Marauders charge in, immediately rout. Chaos Knights are going to charge in, and they're going to immediately rout, maybe even shatter, as they take a big shot to the face. That Terror rout might... How's their leadership all of a sudden 25? What the hell? Don't know. Anyway, Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord are now committed to the fight once and for all. They can't get out of this one. And Soul Grinder is also coming in. Maybe they can kill the Salon. Don't know what they can do about the Shredder of Lustria, but they can kill the Salon, probably, as it has 60% physical resistance. 66 because of Flesh to Stone. These guys are trying to come back. Once again, their leadership is so low that I think as soon as they get here, they will rout. All the Saurus warriors are running away. But Nurgle's not looking so hot as the Shredder of Lustria finds his way onto something. Miasma of Pestilence giving him only 64 melee attack as it just wears off now. And there we go. Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle is routing. But these guys are going to rout. I think that'll start a chain army losses rout as the Exalted Hero tries to chase down this last Salon. If the Shredder could hit that fucking Soul Grinder, this game would be over a lot faster, but he's missed that thing like several times this game. Of course we get a lag spike now. This game is like giga over. Nothing here can kill the Shredder. Like literally nothing. Hi, Samaric. I know you're waiting on us. We've had 0 lag, and then at the very end we get this like crash, which... If a player crashes out right now, I would definitely call it for the Lizardmen. There is nothing that can kill the Shredder of Lustria. Absolutely nothing. We started creeping forward. No one dropped just yet. I was about to just leave as a spectator and go to Samaric, but we'll see how this goes. Oh my god, it's so laggy now. Why now? We're so close to done. If the Shredder will hit this fucking Soul Grinder like one time, it'll disintegrate and the game will be over. But why? 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 Oh, now the Shredder's not even attacking, he's just walking. Chaos Knights are trying to come back, Saurus are trying to come back, none of that really matters. As the Shredder keeps trying to hit the Soul Grinder for like once in its fucking life. I kind of just want the Salon to die so that they have to attack the Shredder and the Shredder can just kill them all. Like, that's how doomed this is. The Shredder is actually being hurt by his Lord still being alive because his Lord is in his way. As the Soul Grinder, you see, he didn't even take a hit. Just being in his presence brought his leadership low enough that he finally started demonic instability crumbling, which when he goes away, the balance of power will get even worse. And the Shredder could just carry this whole game. It's over. It is over. Why are we lagging now? This shit's over. Oh my god. Why? Why? Why are we lagging now? Nothing has happened. Nothing has changed. There's so few units left on the map. What is there even to lag about? The Salon is terror routing from the Soul Grinder. So the Salon's gonna die and the Shredder's gonna clean up everything. Alright. I'm gonna give this 10 more seconds and then I'm gonna go find Samaric. Because we all, like, I know how this ends. I know the balance of power hasn't hit army losses yet, but there is 0 chance the Shredder doesn't carry this. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That thing's finally crumbling. These guys are going to rout for the 90th time, so they'll probably shatter. There they go. They have shattered. There we go. That is gone. The Salon is almost dead, and he is going to rout. And now we've stopped lagging, so I guess I'll stick it out for a bit. Cold-blooded keeps him in the fight for just a little bit, as the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle are hitting the Shredder of Lustria, who walked sideways for a little bit. Tries to get a chomp out. It looks like he was chomping at the Salon, too. He really wants that Salon to die. The Nurgle characters try and finish off the Salon, because if they can, then all these Saurus will probably rout too, but there is army losses, and it is over. That was a very good game between the two players. I don't want to be a dick. It was just annoying that we lagged at the very, very end, but it was good for both players. Real fast, going through the values. The Exalted Hero got 2,600. The Chaos Knights, 1 paid for itself after an entire game of doing stuff. Soul Grinder and the Lord did okay. The Nurgle throwing axes were gone right away. One of the dogs got 1,400 value as well. Lifeslun got almost 1,000 value. 5,500 on the Shredder of Lustria. Saurus did really, really great. So I guess Toe Jerk, if you're still out there, keep using Saurus. But Chameleon Skinks also did well. Very good games to both players. Sorry about the lag spike. And the game was dragging for a little bit. While other people were waiting for me, so sorry about that. I'm hoping that this is the right one. I just guessed. He sent me a code, but I didn't use it. Yeah, I'm here. Let's go. All right, let's go, let's go. Yeah, Joe Turk may have started it all. He may have alerted the world that Saurus are actually great. Yeah, Jacob Leash, I remember you saying that earlier. I would have to test it, so right now I'm just believing you. Alrighty. So we're here with Samric Pale Ale and Harkin. We did not catch 3 Inches or Dr. Nerd on stream, so, well, we've seen Dr. Nerd before. I haven't seen 3 Inches. 3 Inches, if you're out there, hopefully you had a good time, and if you're in the next tournament, I will try to catch a game of yours. As far as the bracket goes, Out There and Aerodactyl 6 are going to fight. We are with Samric and Harkin. We'll probably follow the winner of this into Subhuman Being. Just for ease of flow. So while these guys load in, you can see the bracket. World Beater beat Raging Frog, so he is in the finals. We have to get through this best of 1, this best of 1, this best of 1, this best of 1, and this best of 3. So we still have 4 best of 1s and 1 best of 3 to get through. I think I'm just going to ride this train, though. We'll watch this one, into this one, into this one, into this one, up there. Saurus are good, but not against other good infantry. Yeah. We have our first sighting of Bretonnia today. They made it through the picks and bans somehow. Harkin Global Band Greenskins. Samric Global Band something. Tomb Kings ban Warriors of Chaos Norska Dwarves. They did the wrong pick and ban, but that's fine. Anyway, Bretonnia did make it through, so we will see them. We have 2 Grail Reliques, 2 Peasant Bowmen, 4 Spearmen at Arms, 1 Beastslayers of Bastogne, Footsquire ROR. We have Rapunce de Lyonesse on horseback with the Fleur-de-Lis banner and her halo of Maidenly Wrath. We also have a Damsel of Life with Awakening of the Wood and Earthblood. We have 5 Battle Pilgrims, 1 Royal Hippogriff Knight, and I thought I saw a Grail Knight. There it is, a Grail Knight. How would you deal with the Dreadsaurian generally? I played against his Bretonnia, now Nurgle, and can never really seem to deal with it. A lot of ranged. A lot of ranged. No one went Grand Cathay went Hero Hammer. I have banned Gotrek and Felix from all of my tournaments. I banned Gotrek and Felix from all of my tournaments. Even my playoffs I did. So that might be why you're seeing a lot less Hero Hammer, is the 2 best at it. I just got rid of them. Top level players can deal with it, but even when they deal with it, it's not fun to watch. And then lower level players usually aren't as good at dealing with it, and then it sucks to watch a Hero Blob win. So I saw no upside, and as a caster, I got increasingly frustrated just watching Gotrek and Felix blobs. Whether they won or lost, they were no fun. And I was like, fuck it, and I just banned them. Yeah, I didn't see an upside to seeing them. So I got rid of them. Anyway, for the Tomb Kings, we have 5 Tomb Guard, one of which is the Kepler Guard ROR Tomb Guard. We have 2 Sparkle Stalkers, one of which is the ROR Eyes of the Desert. We have 5 Skeleton Spearmen in the backline, 2 Scream Skull Catapults, and Cetra the Imperishable up on his big kitty cat. I really like this Bretonnian Peasant Tide, Battle Pilgrims are juiced after their buffs. They are way too good after their buffs, but especially if you put them in conjunction with this thing, so they'll get 5 more melee attack and 8 more leadership. They're just insane. And Rapunzel, anyone she's near will get 10 melee defense and 8 melee attack. I know Platypus was talking about this in Dom. In Dom, apparently, the infantry spam with Rapunzel is actually really, really good for Bretonnia. Scream Skull Catapults are beset by these Royal Hippogriff Knights, but they take a nasty crossfire from these 2 Sepulchral Stalkers who were here. They're trying to run away now, tails between their legs. Half HP missing, they will need an Earthblood soon. Gotrek is bugged as fuck, and Felix encourages the shittiest playstyle. Yeah. Loves Horus, loves Kinks. 8 Warm Bloods. Simple as. That's pretty funny. And man, those Royal Hippogriff Knights got fucked up. They're running away. They already got an Earthblood, but they'll need a little bit more. And they do need to keep running away as they're still in range of the Sepulchral Stalkers. But here come the Grail Knights. Can the Sepulchral Stalkers turn around in time? Grail Knights are trying to charge the Scream Skull Catapults, and they just floor it through those skeletons who all go flying. Ah, Grail Knights, acting like chariots. Very quickly, we have a dead Screaming Skull Catapult. The Grail Knights are going absolutely nuts. Royal Hippogriff Knights still taking a bunch of damage as Cetra has piled into them, but these Sepulchral Stalkers are going to have to turn around, otherwise they will lose their Screaming Skull Catapults. I love when they say "bok bok." Are you guys referring that I Hate Saurus video? Because that video is very funny. I hate Saurus. Alright. Cetra is fighting. He's doing some good scrapping. Trying to get good damage onto Rapunzel. Sepulchral Stalkers are still firing in. Now they're firing at the Life Wizard and at Rapunzel. But even though they're on horseback, they're still not tall enough of a profile for the Sepulchral Stalkers to get good clean shots. They're just going to say obstructed instead of firing at all. Sepulchral Stalkers probably need to focus on the Grail Knights. That's just a better target for them, unfortunately. Let Cetra deal with this lady. Though, maybe he can continue pushing her like he is and push her through the Tomb Guard and get her within range of the Sepulchral Stalkers. Maybe then it's worth it. Otherwise, I would have really liked these Sepulchral Stalkers to be focusing on the Grail Knights. Like, look, there's one skeleton on her, and they're like, nope, can't see her. Can't shoot. The Grail Knights are now the targets. There's just more of them. It is easier to shoot at them. Yeah, they're getting little shots off. Hippogriff Knights are also here. I am a little worried that the Sepulchral Stalkers just took too much time off. We'll see if they can really bring it back, but they needed to get a lot more DPS out. Sepulchral Stalkers still trying to shoot the Grail Knights, doing okay damage as the Screaming Skull Catapults continue to fire. Is this one firing? Have you been firing? What are you doing? Okay, yeah, it's firing. Grail Knights managed to hit the Sepulchral Stalkers. Cetra will probably have to countercharge them or something. Royal Hippogriff Knights getting poked down, very close to breaking. Sub 900 HP, down to 740, down to 500. And they are routed off, but the Eyes of the Desert have better things to do. They need to shoot the Grail Knights now. Yeah, dealing with Bretonnia, you really got to be on top of your micro and on top of your target priority. It looks like the Tomb Kings are making very, very slight mistakes, and it's allowing Bretonnia to get a ton of damage. Grail Knights are going to fall back. There's no regrowth for them, so all of their healing will have to come from spammed Earthbloods, which are starting now, but they will take a little bit of time. Rapunzel is chasing, and the Tomb King's front line is starting to fall apart. The Battle Pilgrims are overall winning. Kepler Guard are about gone. 4 out of our 5 Tomb Guard are gone, and now it's just some Skeleton Spears trying to hold back the tide. Cetra is also doing a lot of damage. Balance of Power is slightly Tomb King's favored, and Tomb Kings are up on the damage value by about 2,000, but I'll believe it when I see it. Sepulchral Stalkers trying to get range on the Grail Knights. These guys are firing in point-blank melee with the Beast Slayers of Bastogne, and the other ones are trying to avoid all of these peasants and get a shot on the Grail Knights. And Cetra is also a little lost in the sauce. He needs to get over here. Get his ass in gear. Come on, move on. Alright. $50 says Tomb Kings lose. They always lose. They do lose a lot. Anyway, Sepulchral Stalkers still trying to figure out what they're doing. The Eyes of the Desert are fighting in melee. These guys are just AFK, and we do have some spears that are trying to get up there, but the Tomb Kings just need to be a little quicker on the draw, a little more decisive. Because actually, like, it's weird to say, but time does not favor them here. You would think the Undead would want a super long game to grind out, but they really, not this one. Sepulchral Stalkers are trying to fire uphill at the Grail Knights. They're not getting it done. And these Eyes of the Desert need to fall back behind the spears. They're currently just fresh fish for those Spearmen at arms, plus Rapance, plus the Grail Knights to whittle them down. Cetra is getting some side charges on some infantry, I guess, and that's going nowhere. Yeah, that didn't do jack shit. So get up there and help your Sprockle Stalkers, because they are what is going to win this for you. There we go. Got a sentence out. Nice big shot onto the Peasant Bowman. Might get them routing as Tomb Guard are beset once again. Sprockle Stalkers are going to shoot at the Life Caster. If you can finish her off, this is worth it. But if she just escapes, then this was a waste of everybody's time. Sprockle Stalkers need to get away from Rapance. Please. Please hearken. Get them away. All right. The Life Caster just routes. But she will still be able to throw Earthbloods onto these Hippogriff Knights and Grail Knights. And that's going to be a big problem. Your Sprockle Stalkers probably need to be dealing with that. Punishing this cluster of infantry is fine. That's fine, but we need those knights taken out, and we need these guys to get away from Rapance. I keep mentioning it, but it is the entire win condition of the Tomb Kings, currently just fighting Rapance and Spearmen in melee, which is not worth their time. Cetra charges over here. He'll probably be able to finish off the Hippogriff Knights. The Lifecaster is back, and she's healing up the Grail Knights yet again. Bretonnia is down on the balance of power, and the catapult continues firing. I wonder if the catapult could turn and fire on this cluster right in front of it, because there's no shot it misses at that close of range, and it is a juicy cluster to do damage to. Cetra is helping rout off some peasants, but once again, he's just letting the Hippogriff Knights do whatever they want, and the Grail Knights, of course. And please, for the love of God, get those Eyes of the Desert off of Rapance. She's kicking their ass, and you really need them. You really need them. Grail Knights are going up there to deal with this. Oh, fuck. Sprockle Stalkers are going to try and catch them, but when they're going up like a hill like this, I wonder if they're going to get obstructed or shoot the hill for no reason, but they're trying. If they can get a good volley here, that would be nice. Catapult is still firing at Peasant Archers. Really doesn't want them to come back, but it does need to punish the blob in front of it instead. Sprockle Stalkers can't fire up the hill, so they miss everything. The Earthblood is going to heal up the Grail Knights, and still the Sprockle Stalkers are fighting Rapance. Why, God, why? All right, Eyes of the Desert are giga dead. They got nothing, which is very cool. Sprockle Stalkers and Cetra are going to snipe out the Damsel of Life, but I'll say this 90 times if I have to. If she just gets away, she's going to be just fine. So we do need to focus on killing what she's healing, or killing her off outright, but I don't think we have the resources to kill her outright, because Cetra can't catch her. 68 speed versus like 84. Yeah, so she's going to come back again. She'll heal herself up. She'll be fine. Grail Knights have killed the Eyes of the Desert. All these Spearmen are running away from the Grail Knights at this point. They just don't want any of that, and these other Sprockle Stalkers are coming up to kill off the Grail Knights. That will end up being a good play. Tons of Bretonian infantry are blobbing up on this last Skeleton Spearman as the Screaming Skull Catapult deals damage to them. The Grail Knights are trying to finish off the Eyes of the Desert and bail out Rapance. But here we go. The Sprockle Stalkers are on the same plane of existence. They might be able to actually hit the Grail Knights, who are going to rout. Negative 22 leadership as Cetra charges in. Never mind, they're fine now. They'll run away with 5 leadership on them. Damsel of Life is back. If the Sprockle Stalkers can catch her out, if they rout her one more time, she's shattered. So then it'll all have been worth it. And it looks like they are going to catch her. She is running straight into them. A little bit of a whoopsie here from the Bretonnian player, putting her back in the face of danger. There she goes. She is dead. There's no more healing for Rapance and the Grail Knights, and that is huge for the Tomb King's chances in this game. Also, somehow the Eyes of the Desert hung on. Somehow, being the key word. Also, somehow, these Tomb Guard and Skeleton Spearmen are continuing to fight against all odds. Bretonnia is starting to fall apart. Grail Knights charge one last time into the forces of the Tomb Kings, trying to shut down that Screaming Skull Catapult once and for all, give the peasants a chance in this game, as Cetra bullies Rapance. Rapance dives once more for the Sprockle Stalker, says, fuck you, I'm gonna finish what I started. And it looks like the Tomb Kings will be taking this one. Bretonnia down 3,000 damage value, no healing for them left. No Scorpions from the Tomb King? A mistake? That's not correct. Scorpions are bad. The other Sprockle Stalkers are back. They're shooting these peasants in the rear. And we are down to just a very dead Grail Knight, Rapance. And that's about it. We have the Beast Slayers of Bastogne still, but no one cares about them. Rapance is trying to rout these Screaming Skull Catapults. Her Halo of Maidenly Wrath is on cooldown, because I saw her just use it up there. The Sprockle Stalkers, the Eyes of the Desert rallying. They're just going to point blank shoot her, take her out. And Bretonnia. Yeah, actually Bretonnia, because they have Rapance. Bretonnia is taken down. I thought the Tomb Kings were in some serious trouble there. But they hung on. They hung on. Rapance, ooh. Yeah, Rapance just ended up being a mistake, apparently. Only 800 value on her. Yeah, whoops. Royal Hippogriff Knights only got 700. Grail Knights, 2,300. Battle Pilgrims did okay, but not great, surprisingly. Peasant Archers did really, really well. Peasant Longspears did okay, but damn. Yeah, Rapance did not do very well. And the Royal Hippogriff Knights also didn't do that great. Though they were heavily focused fired, which was good. Cetra did okay. Not a lot of value, but I guess he ran around and did stuff. Suburban Stalkers, 2,700 and 2,800 value. Incredible stuff. Tomb Guard held for a very long time. Some of them did good. Scream Skull Catapults also did fine. Skeleton Spears did well. GG. Very GG. All right, what do we have? Harkin versus Subhuman Being. Okay. I will message them both. Harkin and Subhuman Being, we were just on Galbaraz, so we're now on Pillar of Bone. Alright. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. I was like, why can't I find my thing? We have Subhuman Being here. We have Harkin here. And let's go. I brought you with me, right? Yeah. World Beater continues to wait in the finals. Aerodactyl continues to battle out there. And we have Subhuman Being and Harkin with us. Good match for Rapon, seriously. I want to use her more, but I don't know where. She's really good with infantry spam. I think the problem here was that Rapon separated herself from her infantry, so her stat buffs for them weren't getting applied to them, because it's only AoE. So then she was taking that fight up all alone, so her stat buffs weren't going to all of her stuff. Subhuman Being versus Harkin. We have 3 best of 1s and a best of 3 for the night. And I've now hosted the lobby because we're going to be following this train all the way through to the end. So hopefully if we don't have a lobby crash, which can sometimes happen when you're hosting, but it hasn't been happening to me recently, so fingers crossed. Whoever wins this can just stay here. I'll invite the next person. Whoever wins that can stay here. I'll invite Rainy Frog. And then whoever wins that, I can stay here and invite World Beater. So this could be quick. Yes, John FB. I still don't think it's the best choice. I think Lewin is almost always a better choice. But it's there. Bretonnia and greenskins are both global banned here. So we will not see Bretonnia yet again. And Subhuman Being has picked Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, and Dark Elves. Banned Ogre Kingdoms and Chorfs. So, Ogre Kingdoms, Chaos Dwarves, Bretonnia, and Greenskins cannot be picked by Harkin. And Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, Dark Elves are the 3 picks for Subhuman Being. Let's get some lizards in here. We haven't had enough lizards today! Hippo Knights are a meme, way too big of a target. Nah, dude, Hippo Knights are actually giga busted right now. I keep saying giga, I need to stop. I've been watching too many sneaky streams. Hippo Knights are really, really good, dude. Lizards best boys. Lizards are best boys. I wonder if Samric was memeing or being serious by taking Raponce. I do wonder. Because he is a well-known memer. A memer gamer. More snakes. Dude, Rainy Frog, I got in so much trouble during your stream for... I was trying to provide commentary, and I was doing the snakes bit, and people got really annoyed, so that was my bad. Human to Giga Chat. More gigas. Alright. They're still picking. They're still banning. I got a message. But who's it from? It's from my friends. Hippo Knights are such a massive target they basically can't miss. Yee. No one was upset. There were people upset. There were. Thanks, Meow Meow. Harkin has hovered the Demons of Chaos. Are they actually going Demons of Chaos? So far, all they have is a Lord, so I can't tell if that's like what they picked or just what they hovered. I'm gonna rewind my stream and figure out if that's what they were always on. Yeah, they were always on Demons of Chaos since entering this lobby. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Whew. The Shredder is a Giga Lizard. Oh god. They're just busting your chops? Nah, I think certain people got annoyed with it. Actually, Nemes Way, that's a good thing. Way, you weren't here for a stream that had 3 Plague Claw Catapult games in it. I forget what stream it was, but I remember shouting you out and you weren't there. You missed the Plague Claw Catapult stream. Can we get a Shredder with the Altar of the Gods ability? Are you talking about the Engine of the Gods, the giant space laser? I'm gonna stand up. I don't want to sit anymore. Sitting's dumb. Oh, it's warm in here. I don't like it. Alright, Harkin has gone Khorne, removed Dark Elves. So it's Khorne versus either Tomb Kings or Lizardmen. Lizardmen would actually be the smart pick here. It would actually be the smart pick here. It's 4:46 a.m. here in Norway. I need to get up in 2 hours, so I'm going to take a nap and watch the rest of the stream tomorrow. Alright, bye, Little Trail. How are the animals, human boy? They're good, man. They're good. Hazel's great. Ed is giga great. They're good, man. Subhuman being immediately hovers the lizards. I think you're getting more lizards. I think you're getting more lizards. We have a puppy. Hello, puppy. I couldn't find the cat. I wanted to bring the cat, but we have a pup. Hi, pup. Hi. Who's so cute and nice and a puppy? All right, goodbye. Alright. There. Brief distraction for everybody. Beastman Syndrome is a faction being terrible for years to the point it becomes a meme. Is he a black lab? It is a she, and she is part black lab, but she is part a lot of things. She's a big mutt. Yeah, the Beastmen were terrible for a very long time. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my god. Okay. What about the cow? I couldn't find him! I couldn't find the little boo cow. He's somewhere. He's somewhere. This is going to be a wild one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Alright. Corn rethought some stuff. Now they're back at it again at Krispy Kreme. Now they're rethinking some stuff. The lizards are about ready. Beastmen being bad is Lord accurate, dude. Yeah, Skaven. People think Skaven are everybody's default beat 'em up thing. Greenskins are kind of a default beat 'em up. Like, if you need your good guys to look good, they just need to beat up some greenskins. But Beastmen get the shaft in the lore, man. All the stories are like, anyway, so like 5 guys killed 100 Beastmen. You're like, what the fuck? Are they that bad? You have a cow in your house? My cat. My cat's name is Ed, but he looks like a little Muko. Harkin's working on their build. The Lizardmen have been ready since the dawn of time. Done. In the bottom bracket, Aerodactyl has advanced over out there. So we have Subhuman and Harkin. Then we have whoever versus Aerodactyl. Then whoever versus Rhino Frog. And then whoever versus World Beater. God damn. We saw a Subhuman lizard build earlier tonight. We did. We did. It's not like this. This is different. This is real different. The Lizardman build is funny. I don't think... No, not like Cat Dog. Cat Dog was a good show. Subhuman Being is not readied up just yet, despite the fact that his build has been there forever. Come on, Subhuman. Let's go. Let's go. There you go. So Subhuman's build appears silly, but it's actually like very good versus Khorne. And I don't know what Khorne's going to do about it. Khorne's build is very fun. I don't know if it can beat this Lizardman build. Mazda on a dinosaur with healing. Shredder. A different dinosaur with healing. Anti-large armor-piercing Ripperdactyl ROR. Temple Guard ROR for Guardian. And Elite Halberds. And then some Saurus. Also, mandatory Lizardman Saurus now, I guess. It's just mandatory. You have to bring Saurus. This is actually a fine matchup for Saurus when he's doing the blob like this. But still, mandatory Lizardman Saurus. You have to do it. Didn't Legend do an entire Taurox campaign in one turn? That sounds about right. Alright, skin cohorts with javelins, 2 Saurus spears, 1 Star Chamber Guardians with Guardian. We have Lord Mazdamundi with Apotheosis Comet, and then his Bound Banishment. We have the Shredder of Lustria, Bestow on Threv Crystal, and Clawstone Hunters. Dreadsaurian versus Gorgon, we have ourselves a Kaiju battle. Hell yeah. On the other side, we have 5 Marauders of Khorne, 2 Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, the Knights of the Brazen Throne, Skullcrusher ROR, who I swear got nerfed, but it was not mentioned in the patch notes. But like, their Murderous Charge does not feel remotely as impactful as it did before this patch. Like, if a unit was unbraced and they just charged it, they would instantly delete it. And that was badass as hell, considering they cost as much as... They cost more than Thoric Ironbrow. These guys cost 400 more than Thoric Ironbrow with the kit I usually take on him. So, yeah, they deserve to delete Chaff if it was unbraced. Now it feels like they just do eh. So we'll see if they do good this round. We have 2 Cultists of Khorne. We have Scarbrand the Exiled with... Why? Oh, fuck. Why do you take Slaughter and Carnage? I hate this item so much. I hate it. You're never going to charge it up. Whatever. They took Slaughter and Carnage, but they also brought the AoE Rampage and their Self-Rampage that gives them more damage. The Bloodbrute Behemoth. Also, both Cultists have the Bloodletter Summon. If you're watching this, you're only allowed to have 1 summon. In new player tournaments, we tend to be pretty lenient about this kind of stuff because it's a common mistake to make, but just an FYI for Harkin and anybody watching out there. In most land battle tournaments, you're allowed to only take 1 of each type of, like, single-use item, like a summon or something like that. So, just FYI. Scarbrand charges into the Shredder, and Scarbrand plus a Gorgon plus the Cultist of Khorne with Chaff around could be pretty bad. Mazdamundi's already throwing out a Comet of Casadora that is going to just delete this Marauders, but it actually looks like there's going to be a bit of a dodge there. And Mazda's also shucking out a Banishment. Both things are going to whiff a little bit, so a rough start for Subhuman Being. Meanwhile, the Dogs have taken the backfield, and they're just looking for anybody to fight that isn't a giant monster. But the Rampage is in from Scarbrand and the Bloodbrute. They are beaten up on the Shredder of Lustria, and I kind of want the Knights of the Brazen Throne, wherever they are, I kind of wanted them to charge in here. But we'll see how this goes. The Ripperdactyls are now surrounding Scarbrand and the Gorgons. They could get really good damage out, but it actually looks like the Gorgon's just firing back. Fine as heck. Ah, yes, Scarbrand's AoE Rampage ability against the faction that has a ton of Rampage stopping. That's rest in peace that I also forgot about. Dogs destroying the Skinks, the only unit they really want to fight, and Saurus are currently massacring through a whole bunch of Marauders. Meanwhile, the Ripperdactyl ROR is getting massacred by Scarbrand and the Bloodbrute. They don't give a single shit. Okay, all right, I am a little surprised. Knights of the Brazen Throne are starting to join the fight now, but it is a little late. 3,500 to 2,000 damage value, roughly, is the current balance. But the Saurus are going to be a problem, so the Bloodbrute Behemoth and Scarbrand are going to need to leave this fight if they want to get anything done. Why does no one use regular Bloodletters? I feel like you asked this earlier. They are too squishy for being an 800 gold unit, so they'll die very, very quickly. And they don't do enough damage to be worth it compared to Exalted Bloodletters, where at least, like, Exalted Bloodletters, if they hit something, they'll fuck it up. A decent charge from the Knights of the Brazen Throne, but you can see what I mean. It did some damage, but then just kind of stopped doing damage. Shredder is continuing to battle it out. Now the Star Chamber Guardians and Spears are surrounding the Bloodbrute Behemoth. I do not imagine that this Bloodbrute is going to have a very good time at all. Meanwhile, the Cultists of Khorne are hunting. Also, if you want to see basic Bloodletters, you will see it with the Gates of Khorne soon. Just an FYI. Chaos Warhounds of Khorne trying to help the Cultist fight Mazdamundi, and the Bloodbrute Behemoth getting down to half HP. He is getting close to routing. Scarbrand is now fighting the Shredder of Lustria, but I don't know if it's going to be enough, so the Knights of the Brazen Throne get out of here, and they are going to charge back in. Rev Crystal is healing something. It is the Shredder once again. More healing onto that guy, though. He has gotten so much healing already. I imagine his heal cap is going to show up in just a second here. He has just gotten way too much healing. Ripperdactyls are back, and they're charging in the Bloodbrute Behemoth, who is currently routing. Cultist of Khorne is also routing, and all of a sudden the balance of power turns back in the favor of Lizardmen. Even though Lizardmen are still down 1,000 damage value, they are creeping way back up into here. And the Knights of the Brazen Throne have charged back in. Mazdamundi's down to half HP. And the Bloodletter summons are coming out now. Can they do good damage onto the Temple Guard, which is definitely who they should be fighting? Knights of the Brazen Throne are also going to rout off instantaneously. The Bloodletters are just here. I hope they are attacking the Star Chamber Guardians and not the Shredder of Lustria or anything like that. Dogs are charging back in along with the Cultists of Khorne to try and take out these Saurus Spears. But the big blob of things is too strong. Demonettes are the only baseline demon unit that was still good. I still think I think Demonettes are trash. I think Bloodletters are not great, but eh. I think Plague Bearers are not great, but eh. I think Demonettes are trash, and I think Pink Horrors are not great, but eh. So, like, on a scale of 10, I would give them all 3s, except for the Demonettes. I give Demonettes 2. They just, like, whenever I take them, they instantaneously die and do nothing. So I've just had a really bad experience with them. But if you've had a good experience, man, 100% keep slamming it out. I know Coops likes Exalted Demonettes, but it's not Demonettes. Anyway, I digress. Shredder of Lustria taking a lot of damage. A Revivification Crystal plus Apotheosis trying to heal him up. His heal cap is in sight. The Colossadon Hunters are in the fight for now, down to 277 HP as Scarbrand and the Bloodbrute Behemoth continue to fight it out. Knights of the Brazen Throne are here. They get a rear charge onto some Saurus Warriors, do a little bit of damage, but again, I insist that the old Knights of the Brazen Throne would kill those guys. The second and final Bloodletter Summon is out onto this blob fight. Hopefully, once again, they go for the Star Chamber Guardians, not the big single entities, because they are better versus those things. Plague Bears are great in domination. I don't know about domination, so I tend not to really comment on it too much. Alright. More healing for the Shredder of Lustria. Bounce power is back to dead even as Scarbrand is going to go chase off some Source Warriors. I think he's trying to charge Slaughter and Carnage, but why bother? It is at 4% intensity, ladies and gentlemen. He is never charging that shit up. Never. I hate that item. If you take that item, you are wasting your money. I hate it. Slaughter and Carnage is never worth it. It's such dog shit. Anyway, Bloodbrute Behemoth getting his ass handed to him in a 2v1 right now, and Scarbrand is trying to snipe out Mazda Mundi. Maybe the last hope of Khorne in this game is to kill Mazda. Maybe then they can finish off the Shred of Lustria as the Knights of Brazen Throne charge in. They take more damage than they deal, and they are going to rout any second now as Scarbrand continues to fight it out. Cultist of Khorne and some Marauders going to finish off these Saurus Spears. Blizzards are pretty much down to just the 3 single entities, but I think it's going to be plenty as Scarbrand fights to his very last. He is doing good damage, he's just not doing enough. There's way too much healing against him as the Shredder continues to get healed. Mazda's even getting healed. The Cultists are starting to rejoin, but Scarbrand is just about to start Demonicus ability crumbling, and when he does, army losses will hit Khorne. Wrathful Reaper is going for Khorne. Sorry, for Scarbrand. It's not enough. Slaughter and Carnage ended up getting to 4% intensity. Fuck yeah. Hate that stupid fucking ability. Slaughter and Carnage is better versus Undead where you can actually charge it. I still think I think it is literally never worth the gold. Because Scarbrand's not even that good at killing a large amount of things. He's a duelist character that has an item that requires him to get a large amount of kills, not damage, kills, for it to go off. That is just a bad idea. That is just a bad idea for an ability. Alright, Lizardmen did win. That's why that build is particularly good against Khorne, is just like they can't deal with all the healing and stuff. Mazda, 1,500 value. Shred of Lustria, 5,400. 1,600 on the Star Trooper Guardians. 1,300 on the Ripper Dactyls. 500 for the Healy Crystal. Source did okay. Javskins got shut down. 3,700 for Scarbrand. 2,600 for the Bloodbrute Behemoth. A very disappointing 1,500 for the Knights of Brazen Throne. I don't think they were used poorly. I just think for some reason that unit sucks, and I don't know why. Cultist Khorne did okay. Dogs did what they could, but there really wasn't much for them to do in this build, and Marauders got murdered. Alright, I will invite that person. It is Coolest Guy. Alright, let's go. What's the next map again? Shagar Strand, okay. So the Khorne taking too many summons wasn't a problem because they lost. But FYI, if you're out there, you should only take 1 summon. I hope they nerf healing next patch. Oh my god, I really hope they do too. 19 kills being 4% intensity sounds about right. Yeah, but that is... Scarbrand's job is to duel large single entities and kick their ass. That's what he does. He's not that good at clearing out hordes. He's not that good at killing a lot of things quickly. Like, even if you put him in chaff, he doesn't get that many kills that quickly. So why doesn't he have an ability that's like, for the amount of damage he does, he gets that stuff. So then he is incentivized to duel things like he's supposed to. I don't know. It's just stupid. I think it's bad item design that tries to make him play poorly. Where it's like, yes, if Scarbrand kills a bunch of chaff, the anti-large single-entity duelist will eventually get stronger. Alright. Get what his intent is just broken right now? Maybe. 25% nerf to heals across the board. I did propose to CA a 50% healing nerf. I still think a 50% healing nerf is not too much. Like, healing is so redonkulous right now that I still think you could cut it in half and it would still be viable. I think it'd be viable, not strong. Because the problem is like literally in the history of competitive Warhammer, healing has been the meta forever. And then in game 3, it got even stronger. And then they nerfed it. They nerfed the Vampire Counts version of healing. So the Tomb Kings, the Vampire Counts, and the Vampire Coasts got their healing nerfed. And they're still in the meta. They're just not the top of the meta. And now every faction with Life Magic or Soul Stealer or things like that are the meta. Like Ogres are the meta because they have 2 different sources of amazing healing. So yeah, I think you could nerf healing by 50%. And finally, the meta would not be about healing, but I still think healing would exist. Scarbrand is anti-large? No, but a lot of his attack animations are better versus large than infantry. He does not clear out chaff quickly at all, so there's no reason to have him fight chaff because he can't kill it. Is there something to bring in a small, strong army for new players to manage micro? Yeah, that is easier to manage micro in general, yes. But smaller builds, I don't want to say this to be too negative, but smaller builds can frequently be under the category of cheese, where like, and by that, not trying to be negative, trying to be factual, where it's like, this build, if your opponent's not ready for it, or if there's nothing your faction can do about it, you will win. But if your build is small and your opponent brought the stuff to deal with it, you can lose very quickly. So that's what I mean by cheese, where it can feel like you lose on pick and ban. You're just like really hoping that your opponent doesn't have blob punishment stuff. Like that Lizardman build we just saw. I mean, Khorne can't bring this, which is why it's a good build versus Khorne. But if you copy-pasted that versus, like, Empire, if they have Balthasar Gelt with Final Trans, they just, like, kill your army in 3 casts of that, and war wagons are going to shoot you and stuff. So, like, in principle, yes, Joe Turk, but I would be careful about being too reliant on small builds, because they can end up being cheesy. It's very hard to get a small build that can handle anything that comes at it, is kind of my point. You have to kind of guess correctly what they're going to do. How long has healing been this good since the turn to present base? Warhammer 2's meta was also defined by healing. Warhammer 1's meta was also defined by healing. It's always been defined by healing. It got stronger in Warhammer 3, but the reason that's such a talking point is 1, because it's so ridiculously oppressive that everyone can see it, but 2, most players are sick of the healing meta because we've been in the healing meta since this game was invented. I do find it strange, Jacob Leisher, to your point, that there's things like Spirit Leech that are better versus... Well, Spirit Leech is a bad example because it's good versus everything. Try Fate of Buna. Fate of Buna is an incredible damage spell into cavalry, but it does literally nothing to a single entity. I do wonder why there's not healing like that. Like, if Regrowth healed a lot for infantry, but very little for a single entity, and then Apotheosis maybe heals a lot for a single entity, but very little for infantry. I don't know why healing's also not more focused like that. But the fact that you can just take Regrowth and, like, Kairos Fate Weaver brings Regrowth and he throws it on the Severed Claw, and it's a good idea. He throws it on himself and his Soul Grinder, and it's a good idea. He throws it on his Chosen with Halberds, and it's a good idea. And it's like, why is this spell universally a good idea? All right. Bretonnia and Chaos Dwarves are the global bans. Subhuman Being picked Tzeentch, Tomb Kings, and Lizardmen. Banned Empire and Dark Elves. Aerodactyl all of a sudden hovered Kislev. And behind the blocker is putting a build together. So it looks like we have Kislev versus Tzeentch, Tomb Kings, or Lizardmen. I imagine one of those 3 was removed, but it has not been told to me just yet. Also behind the blocker, still sitting on Lizardmen, still sitting on the same build, so he's actually not changed. Yes, Tequila Sunset is correct, Sippe. So that's why healing's like... That's generally my problem with healing, is this could be taken the wrong direction. This could be taken the wrong direction, but I don't think it's wise that you can... Any generic healing caster, not even a L'Ariel or like the Fey Enchantress, like the best healers that have ever existed, just any healing caster can heal cap 4 different units. I think it's stupid. I think if you want to heal cap something, you should pour all of your Winds of Magic into it. But then, what I meant by don't take that the wrong way is some people could take that to mean like, you know, no healing cap or way up the healing cap. I'm like, no. Healing shouldn't be that strong. Like, if you're gonna heal cap the Shredder of Lustria, you should have had to spend all of your Winds of Magic to do so, right? But that's just not the case. 2 Overcasted Regrowths and you got it. I did your job, CA. Pay me now. Subhuman Being is still sitting on lizards with the same build. I don't know if they've picked lizards or what's going on with that. Alright, they're changing the build now. Kislev has a full build ready. Alright, lizards are redoing their build, but it looks like we do have lizards versus Kislev. I'm gonna ready up and then take a leak. BRB. Everybody look quick, we found the moo cow. We found the boy. He came to say hi to me while I was taking a pee. He loves when you take a pee. He's a good boy. Are you a good boy? Alright, get out of here, rascal. Go on. Alright. Lizardmen build is well underway. Just adjusting some last minute costs. An infinite super regeneration. Vanthus. Yeah, that seems legit. That seems fine. Do Hazel and Moo Cow play together a lot? Not a lot, but they actually do okay. Yurtle the Turtle, any advice for someone just getting into Warhammer 3 but have played older Total Wars? I could go through my usual spiel of joining the Discord that's in the description of this video, and there's tons of people there that are ready to talk to you about matchups and stuff, and there's also a little sub part of that the sub Discord that has give Rat Ogre roll, and that'll give you the new player roll, and then that gives you a list of coaches that you can go to and be like, hey, tell me about this faction, tell me about this, and it gives you a new player chat. So I could tell you all that, which is true. But also, always bring a caster. Yeah, magic is super important. Because it's a resource you're paying for, even if you don't bring a caster. Right? So the magic is out there. You have a set amount. I think it's 90. It's 90 or 80. You have 80 Winds of Magic. That is charging up. And if you don't have a caster, it's just you have no way to use that resource, if that makes any sense. So whoever you are, unless you're Khorne, because they literally don't have a caster, you should bring a magic caster. Other than that, the principles of an older Total War are the same. But the thing is the factions are not balanced. And while people might, some are OP, I meant that in a sincere way. The balance keeps, who's OP and who isn't keeps shifting, but the balance I'm talking about is consistent. Like, my faction, the Skaven, I love them a lot. They have no cavalry, they have no flyers, so they have inherent weaknesses on the flanks. So they're not a good flank team, but they have better than average shooting, and things like that. So like in historical titles where everybody has cavalry and everybody has archers and everybody has a front line, this game is much more diversified, where like certain factions like Bretonnia have amazing cavalry and pretty bad infantry and almost no artillery options, right? While other factions like the Lizardmen have crazy giant monsters, but their infantry is their infantry is pretty their artillery is pretty things like that. So it's really about picking a faction you like aesthetically and then learning what their strengths are and learning to play around that. Whereas historical Total War is more like chess, where you both kind of start out with roughly the same pieces, and it's about who uses those pieces better. This is weird, because it's like, my knight can move 1 space up and 1 space to either direction, while your knight can move 4 spaces up and 6 spaces to either direction, because my faction is specialized in knights. So it's just weird. That would be my biggest thing. So pick a faction you think looks cool and then learn its strengths. All right. For the builds, we are into this one very quickly. Subhuman Being has the Umbral Tide Salamander Hunting Pack ROR. We have Oxyotl, interestingly enough, haven't seen him in a while. 4 Ripperdactyl Riders, including the Clawstyle Hunters ROR. And then we have 4 Saurus, one of which is the Legion of Chakwas. So you have to do it. You have to have Saurus, apparently, tonight. And Lord Croak. For the other side, Kislev, we have 4 Armored Kossars, 1 Streltsy, 2 Ice Guard with Glaives, and then we have the Bear Cav ROR, Oath Brothers of Tor. We have a Snow Leopard, a Patriarch, and Castalton. And Castalton's already popping some buffs like the healing and the melee attack buffs. Something is getting cast right here. It looks like Lord Croak is chucking out more and more spells to try and punish the bears, as the bears are taking a lot of damage, but so are the Ripperdactyls that are terrorizing them. And now the ranged units are getting here. The Ice Guard with Glaives are firing in. Some of the lizards are starting to break. And were the bears just a bait all along? Or did the trap of the lizards coming out of the woods actually help? We'll see as 3 Ripperdactyls are pushed off the field, all at the cost of just the Warbear Rider, it appears. Though the Saurus will probably finish off that Warbear. I do wonder how all of this concave of fire is going to do for those guys. Kislev is starting to pull back. I don't know if the Oath Brothers of Tor, after their ability wears off, if they'll even stick around. It looks like they are just going to rout. So 1 Warbear traded for 3 Ripperdactyls is a pretty good trade overall. Meanwhile, Ice Guard with Glaives are beset by Ripperdactyl Riders. Looks like Streltsy are trying to peel them off with a little bit of gunfire, though. You guys haven't fired for a bit. There you go. Getting some shots in now as Armored Kossars go to deal damage to Saurus. And Kislev didn't bring a caster! Aerodactyl, why don't you have a caster? This is just what we were talking about. You need a caster for Winds of Magic. Cast the giant boom boom spells. Like that one that's coming in right now. Okay, Kislev is at a severe disadvantage without their caster. They can't punish these Sauruses heavily without like Heart of Winter or something like that. Big boom boom spell does half the damage of those Armored Kossars. You've been watching a lot of Turn recently. Oh, that's another thing. Turn plays Domination mode, which is like unique to Warhammer 3. This channel focuses mostly on land, not even mostly. This channel just focuses on land battles. I generally enjoy them more. I don't really enjoy watching Domination mode. But if you do, that's fine. But just know that all of my opinions are from the perspective of someone playing land battles. Just FYI. Alright. The last healthy Ripperdactyl has fallen. So we are now down to just 2 left, and they're both extremely tattered. The Salamander Hunting Pack is continuing to fire in, though they do very, very little damage in my experience for some reason. I don't know why they suck so bad, but they do. Patriarch is doing his best to hold on. Oh, do we have 2 heals? Okay, we also have 2 heals. Again, we've been a little loose on it tonight, because it's a new player tournament, but same as the summons, the heals have a limited number of uses, so we limit it to 1. You can only bring 1 of these AoE heals, because they're the same thing. They're both called Ciliax Lullaby, and they're both this AoE heal with a limited number of casts. So, just FYI. Croak is in the trees doing his very best as the Saurus Warriors are trying to battle back all of these Armored Kossars. Oxyotl is trying to do anything, and he has gotten 700 value, to be fair. It's not going great for him overall. Armored Kossars are slowly beating up on the Saurus. Started watching us both? Good. Good. Now what you have to do is stop watching Turn and just watch me. No, jokes. Jokes, jokes, jokes. I know people can be touchy if you joke about that kind of thing. I always get in trouble whenever I make a joke about Turn, because then people think I'm being serious, show up, and they're like, you fucking asshole! And I'm like, I was kidding. These days we provide very different content, so it's not even like the same thing. Croak down to 97 HP. He is going to get knocked out. And Kislev will take the W. Goodbye, lizards. Yertle the turtle wants a rat ogre roll? Why? No. Go away. Okay, I gave it to you. Is double chaos gate legal for chaos? Is double chaos gate for cultists illegal then? Yes, Harkin, we were talking about that your last game. But in the new player tournaments, we generally try to be more chill. So I mentioned it, but since Corrin lost, I was like, well, no point bringing it up. Kislev won. It's honestly getting late at night, so I think I'm just going to let it go. I also don't know if that second heal mattered too much, because there were just so many Kossars left at the end that both Gestalten and the Patriarch had charges that the heal left, and it was over. And Silix Lullaby doesn't stack, so even in that bear fight at the very start, I think both of them popped Silix at the same time, because I only saw it go off once on the bears. So I don't think it mattered in the build in general. I will mention it to Aerodactyl just so that they know, but in a pretty chill tournament, I'm just going to say that one, I don't think it made a difference. The Lizard's Ripperdactyls just getting eaten alive was a way bigger problem than a second heal. So, GG, GG. I'm going to kick Subhuman Being, not to be an asshole, but just to keep things moving. And we're up to Rainy Frog. I'll go find him. So, we have this best of one, and then a best of 3 with World Beater. Rainy Frog versus Aerodactyl 6. Who will advance to the finals? Definitely didn't influence that game, yeah. I agree. All right. Aerodactyl has a very different Discord name to his Steam name and his Total Tavern name. So, one of the Rainy Frog, one of the people was asking what Aerodactyl's name is. Could it be Rainy Frog or could it be Aerodactyl? So I had to let him know. Hi, Will. Zerk's channel is the... You always found it weird that Zerkovitz has a multiplayer focused channel but is never present in any tournament I ever watched. What's up with that? He has a multiplayer channel? I honestly thought he was like a campaign guy. Sorry, turn to streaming half an hour, so I need to go sit in his lobby patently waiting because he's way better. Damn it! I always knew I was shit. Let's go look at Zerkovich's content. 200,000 subscribers. Okay. Already a bad sign. Napoleonic tactics with guns, horse, and artillery only. Total War campaign mechanics. I played Realms of Ruin. Gameplay.
This is why shields win battle. 5 essential tactics for noobs. 3 weeks ago. This guy never releases videos. What the fuck? One month ago. I don't know. I think you lied to me. I'm not seeing a lot of multiplayer stuff here. Zerkovich has 200,000 subscribers and he's released 800 videos. I have released 1.2 thousand videos and I do not even have remotely that many subscribers. Well, this sucks. Alright, guess I'll just quit making content now because this game sucks. Okay, that's fine. Zerk does training fids in campaign, I believe. 200,000 subs. He's 300 less. 300 less released videos than me, and he's absolutely destroying me in subs. God damn. I get it, though. Because he doesn't... Because he does, like, better videos. Because he does, like, ones that take a really long time to set up. And he does all those, like, top 10 units and stuff. He does, like, very YouTube-friendly content and very well-produced content. Well, I just kind of, like, churn out battle replays, which is fine. Like, I mean, battle replays are good. People enjoy them. But there's definitely not as big of a market for them as, like, top 10 unit lists. He does have higher effort videos for sure, dude. More Hazel and Mugat videos. No, so that's why I was talking about why I think he has less released videos than me. He's been around for longer. I just don't think he releases a video every morning like I do. I think he releases them on a slower release schedule, but they are like... They're all heavier hitters. Yeah, very algorithm-friendly stuff. Yar. Pixelated Apollo says otherwise. Who's Pixelated Apollo? What's this? Who's that? I've never heard this name. I'm gonna go look. Pixelated Apollo. 900,000 subscribers. What the fuck? That is a lot. That's a lot of subs. His views are very similar to Turin's, though. I do think there's a floor for Total War content that, like, these big subscribers, channels hit. Because Turin's stuff usually sits around 20 or 30,000, and then a DLC will come out, and it'll pop up to, like, 80,000. Holy shit! And then, like, it'll get up there, and then as the DLC drops in hype, because, like, people have played it or seen content around it, it comes back down, and then he sits back around that 23 to 30,000 again, and that's, like, as low as he ever goes. My content recently is, like, by floor is about 1,000, sometimes a little under that, and my peak is, like, 2.6k. So, yeah, it comes and goes. It depends. Sometimes the algorithm just picks me up, and then I do better for like a week, and then we go back down. But it's almost always around the DLCs. Whenever there's DLC stuff, our content goes up. And when the DLC gets boring, content goes down. You just started doing Total War Rome 2 replays again. I see. Damn. He's been grinding a lot more Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade was alright. I really liked Mountain Blade Warbands. Bannerlord was just okay, and I can't tell you why. I didn't get nearly as into Bannerlord as I got into Warbands. You couldn't fight 1K infants. Yeah, it's still a lot of people. I wasn't trying to like say I don't have a lot of people. I was just saying that like all channels seem to have like a floor. Like a minimum amount of people that'll watch all your shit even when a game isn't popular. And then like when a game is popular, you spike back up. What time zone are you in? I am in Minnesota, so I'm in the Midwest. It's 10:30 here right now. All right. This is a best of 1. Finals is a best of 3. And then we're done for the night. Who's ready for our first sighting of Cathay tonight and another sighting of Dark Elves? I believe this is our second Dark Elf. I believe. Spec of Oshpit makes sense. The overall traffic fits the DLC schedule. Yeah, dude. We've been doing well. The channel's doing all right. We're growing a lot more. Okay, more begets more, right? So if you have 100 subscribers, a big week for you is like 10. And if you have 6,000 subscribers, a big week for you is like 50, you know? But for not having DLC, we've had some pretty good viewership recently and things are going all right. And there is a DLC in the future that I'm hoping to do. So you gotta stay on Warhammer. You gonna stay on Warhammer 3 or switch to Pharaoh? I'm staying on Warhammer 3. Dude, I am super lukewarm on Pharaoh. I see all of these promotional things and I'm like, I don't even care. Yeah. My forward was 5 seconds. Doesn't help that Game 3 seems to have kind of a mad launch. Yeah, it was so overhyped. Like, if CA spent half as much time on making the game functional as they did on the marketing, Total Warhammer 3 would have been fantastic. But they marketed the shit out of it and everyone hopped in. They're like, yeah! And they're like, oh, we had to make a game? And on release, Warhammer 3 was utter dog shit. It was terrible. Oh, Aerodactyl already readied up, so Rainy Frog only has 60 seconds. I just heard the ding. Warhammer 3's wrong. Yeah, meow meow, that's the problem. Is Warhammer 3 launch was really, really bad. So people are starting to slowly discover that it's actually a great game. And it is a great game now, but their launch was garbage. Like, both of those things can be true. I love Warhammer 3 now. But on release, I played it because it's what my channel was. I did not pretend it was a good game. And when people asked me if I would recommend it, I flat out said no. All right. Anyway, builds, because we only have like 20 more seconds before the clock just ticks down because somebody hit start already. We have 2 Shades, 3 Dark Rider repeater crossbows, 2 Dark Riders. Yes, just 2 of the melee variant. Then we have Dread Spears, Bleak Swords, Bleak Swords, Bleak Swords. And we have Malice Darkblade, a Dark Caster with Soul Sealer and Power of Darkness, and then we have a Dark Elf Master. On the other side for Grand Cathay, we have Peasant Horsemen. Looks like 2 Jade Lancers, 2 Peasant Horsemen, a Great Long Marauder, Miao Ying, the Storm Dragon with Earthblood and Talons of Night, and then we have a Dreaded Box, a Cannon, 2 Jade Warrior Crossbows with Shields, 2 Iron Hail Gunners, and a front line of Jade Warriors and Peasant Long Spears mixed within. Realms of Chaos campaign is so bad, it is. They should have made Medieval in 3 instead of Pharaoh. Exactly, dude. Exactly. New DLC drops before summer ends, right? Yes. Means it has to be next month. Yeah. For sure, for sure. Yeah, it's a great game now, Dagroth. Like, we can nitpick the little stuff, but I will say, like, overall, playing other RTSs just makes me want to come back and play more Warhammer. Like, the unit functionality of, like, moving units around just feels good. And, like, giant monsters feel good. The campaigns, like, feel really good. The way you build and control an army feels good. Like, I don't know, man. I've played other stuff, like Companies of Heroes and things that have been releasing recently, and I'm just not, like, it just makes me want to play more Warhammer. So, sure, there's jank, right? There's jank. But it is, underneath it, a great fucking game. And, like, most stuff works pretty well. Anyway, I digress. We should actually talk about the game. Sorceress of Dark is chucking down a Soul Stealer to heal herself after a nasty cannon volley did a number on her, and Malice is in here. And Miao Ying doesn't want to charge in there and deal with him because Malice is a scary combatant. These Iron Hail Gunners have to turn and fire at Malice right now. They would do so much damage to him, but they're a little distracted. They don't have orders currently, so they're just kind of free-firing at the Bleak Swords when they can see them, but the problem is they can't see them. They could see Malice if they turn, so they do need to turn. Please turn.
On the far side, Dark Riders are losing against the Longmas and the Peasant Horsemen and the Jade Lancers. And those guys will be able to peel off all three of these Dark Rider Peter Crossbows. They'll be fine. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Look how much damage they're doing to Malice. And Malice is not unbreakable before he transforms, so if the player doesn't notice this is happening and forgets to transform him, he could be routed off. He's so close to routing there. He transforms into Zarkan, but even that in its own way is a pretty good win. Already getting the transformation out of Malice is pretty huge. And now Reaper of Souls plus his explosion are going to finish off those Iron Hail Gunners. They get a little bit of a shot off before they need to run away. Cannons are shut down. We have Peasant Long Spears. Miao Ying has to turn to her dragon form, get up into the sky, and get out of here. She can get to safety whenever she needs to because she can fly, but it looks like for now she just wants to take the fight. Longbows and Jade Lancers are going to chase off their Peter Crossbows. So that is good. And we have some Jade Warrior Crossbows with shields walking outside the formation, which is a bit of a whoopsie, as Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers catch these other guys. So far a very mixed game of value going back and forth, but the Archers and the Peasant Long Spears are doing well versus the Sorceress of Dark. She's very, very low. Miao Ying's trying to finish her off before changing. I hope she is planning on turning to a dragon, though, because she's currently taking a lot of damage from Malice. As the Iron Hail Gunners get into point-blank range, they're firing at Malice again, doing really good damage here from Rainy Frog. To Zarkan's Unbreakable, you just have to get through that health as much as you can, but Miao Ying, please, for the love of God, transform. Transform. Get up into the sky. Please transform as the Iron Hails continue to do damage to Malice. Now they can shoot at Malice or the Master. Things are going very well for Cathay, but Miao Ying can't get sniped here. She does have to transform. Get higher. Please. Please run. As the Iron Hail Gunners continue to shoot Malice in the back. Another Earthblood from Miao Ying as she tries to keep everybody in line. Dark Riders are going to catch these Jade Warrior Crossbows out. More and more Dark Riders and Peter Crossbows are pushed away as great Longbow Riders and Peasant Horsemen are going to run down the shades. Things are going so well for the Dark Elves. And we're seeing if Tazarkan can truly carry, but he took a lot of damage from those Iron Hail Gunners. So now there's Jade Warriors that are honestly just obstructing the views of the Iron Hails and need to get out of the way. They would be better off not being here helping Miao Ying. That's how annoying line of sight can be. Cannons keep making sure that those shades keep running. And Malice Darkblade onto Zarkan. Gets on the Reaper of Souls for good AoE damage, but also to heal himself up. And the Iron Hails are still waiting for just a glimpse of him past all of these troops. Is August considered summer? Yes. Jade Warrior Crossmen still trying to fire at something. I don't think they have specific orders, so they're just shooting at whatever. Miao Ying's finally going to transform, which will get her up into the sky into her dragon form, and to safety. The Dark Elves have nothing that can punish her. All of their ranged units are completely compromised right now, and they have no flyers. Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition is great also. Those are only two good RTS at the moment. That is a good RTS, Joseph, and I'll talk a little bit more about it when we're prepping for the next game. That is a great RTS, but I have thoughts on it. All right, Malice gets free, and the Iron Hails are too close, so when he gets free, they don't have time to shoot before he is atop them. But I still think this is probably looking doomed for our friends, the Dark Elves. As they're running out of a front line, their shades are almost dead. Tazarkan slowly spirit leeching himself to death. And Miao Ying, please don't dive onto Malice. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Okay. She might die. She is much more vulnerable as a dragon than she is as a foot character, because foot characters get a lot of jank that can keep them alive, while the dragon is very easy to hit. But it looks like Malice is a little distracted. No, he is focusing on her now. If he has another Wrath's Bloodstorm or whatever, he'll be fine. But, army lost his hit for the Dark Elves, and Rainy Frog will go to the finals. Unless Malice can kill the whole army, which he does not, he dies. So, for me, Age of Empires 2 is a good game, but it's a very different game. Kind of like Red Alert. Red Alert is a good game, but it's a very different game than Total War. And in that, like, specific combat, in Age of Empires 4, I picked that up when Turin was streaming it and stuff, and I'm like, that looks cool. I picked it up, I played it for like 2 hours, and then I got burnt out already. And the problem is like, it felt like too much of a stat check, where it was just like, you know, Horseman runs up to Archer. Horseman does slightly more damage versus Archer. Horseman, good. Horseman does good things. Okay, Horseman go bye-bye. And there's usually a unit that's, like, just generally better versus everything. Like, you can just spam blank unit and it'll be good for you. And my problem was, to be more specific, is, like, getting your cavalry around the enemy formation and rear-charging the archers did not do any more damage than just running at the archers. And that kind of annoyed me. But also, like, it took so long. So, like,
My heavy knight with his lance is running up on your archers. Ha ha ha. All right, I got here. And stop. And swing and do a little bit of damage. And swing and do a little bit of damage. And it's like, it's not a bad game, but it's a very different game. It is much more about base building. It is much more about resource allocation as opposed to Total War, which in the battles is much more about execution, and on the campaign map is much more about like empire building. So Age of Empires just is different. And I really liked Age of Empires for building badass towns that I just liked, and I would usually put the AI on like easy or something and just build a super cool city. Or I'd play it with my friends and build like a super cool city, and then we would agree when we could attack each other. Things like that. Like, it is fun. I'm not trying to talk shit about it. I'm just talking about when I want that battle, you know, that like I'm commanding this like super big badass battle. For me, like nothing has replicated what Total War in general brings to the table, but especially Total War Warhammer, because the mechanics have just been really crisp. But I also liked Shogun 2 a lot. Like, I like Shogun 2 a lot. So I just like, I just love how the armies feel like armies, and I really love how the units interact. It's so good. But yeah, I played a shit ton of Age of Empires 3, like an absolute shit ton, which is why I burned out on 4 so quickly, because I think 4 is very similar to the other ones. It's a great game, but it's like if you've played too much of 2 and 3 like I had, then you're going to burn out quickly because it's the same game. It's just updated graphics and different factions. Yeah, I really enjoyed Red Alert. I want Red Alert 2 to get remastered so I can play that one again. God, I love that game. That game was my childhood. And it's also very, very different. It's like it's very arcadey, you know what I mean? Where it's like, you don't pretend it's realistic at all. It's very arcadey, but you know what it is. And I think despite its flaws, like Total War Warhammer 3 is really cool, and it is really fun. I mean, I'm still casting it. I'm still creating content about it, so I really do enjoy the game. There are things I wish were fixed, sure. But, like, I played Cyberpunk once. I'm done with Cyberpunk. Like, I'd never come back to Cyberpunk. So some games just don't have that replayability, and Warhammer just keeps me coming back for 4,000 plus hours. Kirov reporting. Subnautica is such a good game. I haven't played it. I'm really scared of like deep sea stuff. Is August considered summer? Yeah. Cool factions they didn't bring from the last games. What cool factions didn't they bring from the last games? Wesley Bravo, what you talking about? Still alive, let's go. What up, Hot Fire Potato? This is finals. That's why I like a lot Total Warhammer. It's a great rock, paper, scissors, and feels like physical, dynamic, and organic. Yeah, hard to do strategy and tactics in the same game. Total cheats a bit by making it 2 games in 1. For sure. The fact that you like are playing on the overall map and then you just zoom down is better. Okay, this is the finals. I will need to switch over to my scorecard. So I need to get the blocker back up on this tab of my streaming device. I'm gonna go back to army setup. Okie dokie. Finals. So VOSD's Rainy Frog versus World Beater. And if you were paying attention at the top of the bracket, the last best of one before the finals in the top of the bracket was Rainy Frog versus World Beater. And World Beater won that game. So we'll see if Rainy Frog can get his revenge or if World Beater will win the second time they face off. I would get into AoE if I didn't have like a million hidden +4 damage versus Cam Archers that you have to memorize for every single unit. One of the best RTS I play this year is Dawn of War. Is it? I haven't heard a lot about those things. Like, I hear they come out and people are excited, and then they just fall off the face of the earth. And maybe I'm just not a part of those communities. Lucky you, I never got to finish Cyberpunk. Save file got corrupted near the end. Oof, that's brutal, man. Way, you're in Death Valley? God. That is awful, I'm sorry. I never played the Baldur's Gate series, and I probably won't play 3 just because I know I don't have time for it. You spelled rainy wrong? Oh, my bad. I just think there's an E in it. I also need to get the blocker on the correct layer so it's beneath my webcam but above the game. There we go. Dawn of War 2 still has a PvP community? Hell yeah. Dawn of War 4 is pretty bad. That was in 2008. Dawn of War what? Dawn of War 3 did not get good reviews. God damn. 3 was the new one? Oh. Rainy Frog left the lobby. I like it here, to be honest. It's a warm, cozy hug. Wherever you are in the city, a hug that can suffocate you. Alright, I'm trying to figure out what happened to Rainy Frog. Age of Empires 3 or 4. Okay, Vampire counts versus looks like Ogre Kingdoms. Cool. But yeah, for Age of Empires, I don't think Age of Empires 4 was bad at all. I barely played it. The problem for me, and there's like, when I say problem for me, I don't mean that Age of Empires 4 was bad. For me, the problem was it was exactly like 2 and 3. And I had already played so much of 2 and 3 that I was burnt out. So I loaded this up and I'm like, this has good graphics. It has all the things I loved from 2 and 3. That's really cool. This is a well-made game. I'm unfortunately done with this game. You know what I mean? So they didn't do anything wrong. It was just like, well, this just isn't the game for me right now. Sorry. So I didn't really get into 4. But I think 4 was well-made. Dude, Age of Mythology Retold is going to be so badass. I loved Age of Mythology. I still play it from time to time with my friends. Yeah, I fucking love Age of Mythology, man. All right. Sorry, everybody. That lobby bugged out. For me, it said Rainy Frog dropped. And then I had to leave and rejoin. And then when I was joined back in, World Beater was having some issues, so we just made a new lobby. Sorry about the delay. First game looks like it's Ogre Kingdoms versus Vampire Counts, but the bugged lobby stopped everybody from building stuff, so I have set the map. I will now change the names. So let's bring World Beater all the way over here. And Subhuman Being has fallen as one of my tournament favorites. But can Rainy Frog, my dark horse, carry the banner all the way to victory? Let's find out. Hollywood stars and celebrities, do they know things? What do they know? Let's find out. Vulume. Prostegma is voli. My favorite, I think it was the Egyptians, would occasionally go, Dayu. Something. Here's fit. Hidden Mythology is a game of my childhood. It's so good. Dude, I played a ton of it without the DLCs. And then when I got the DLCs later in life, I was like, oh, I usually turn the Titans off when I was playing versus AI or with my friends. We turned the Titans off. None of us played as the Atlanteans and none of us played as the Chinese. So we were pretty much just playing vanilla Age of Mythology, man. Thanks, Hub, doing the Lord's work on this one. Late night for you. It's always a late night for me, Strat. And Zeus, Master of Olympia. Yeah. These games are so good. I wish... Dude, the naval combat in Age of Empires 3 was really simple, but really good. I loved it. I love the naval combat in 3, and I kind of wish that I hope if Age of Mythology does get a rework, its naval combat is a lot more like 3's. Because ships were actually, like, really cool. And I think they were well balanced. Ships were not OP at all, but they were very fun. Behind the blocker, ogres are just trying to figure out where to put the rest of their money. They're currently negative, so they're just trying to figure out what to cut to get what they want. I see what he could do, but I don't think he has the courage to do it. Aye. Alright, he's at 10 gold. He's ready. Let's go. Let's do it. Game 1. Sorry to keep up that late. It's fine, Rainy Frog. Shit happens, man. Doom 2, Risk, and Battle Zone. I remember Battle Zone. Alright, sorry, I was just typing to Meow Meow and figuring out if I was thinking of the same game. Because I know there's 2 different battle zones. There's 2 different battle zones. Dude, that battle zone was so good. I actually got a Steam version of it recently. It was really, really good. And yeah, I agree. Battlezone 2 at the aliens. Soviets with cloning, fun times. That was in Red Alert. Battlezone 2 had the alien. Battlezone for the N64 at the Dogs of War. I see. Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of 2 then, I think. Battlezone 1998. This is just what we're doing now. I'm just talking to Mammy about this. Y'all can fuck yourselves. I'm thinking of this one, dude. Battlezone 1998, but they did a Redux on Steam that's actually like pretty good. It holds up. It's still very fun. So that was the one I had. Okay, Explosive Online multiplayer is some bullshit. Nobody was playing that goddamn game, but I just played it for the campaign. I had so much fun. Ugh. Fucking love it. It's so good. Alright, what are we talking about? Okay. So, for World Beater, we have another Hyper Elite box with 4 Noblar Trappers, 4 Man-Eaters with great weapons, 2 Giants, a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw with the Maw. There it is. The Maw and Troll Guts. And then we have a Butcher of the Great Maw, who literally just brought the Maw Shard. Yeah. I think it was at the end of the campaign you found out that they were a thing. Beater, what did you do? I don't know, just made an unholy box blob thing. World Beater has been taking a lot of single entity blobs. Alright, on the other side for the Vampire Counts, we have 4 zombies, one of which is the Tithe. We have 2 Cairn Wraiths, 4 Skeleton Spearmen, 2 Banshees, both of which with the Screaming Banner, so it's just a constant -4 leadership. It does not stack with the other Screaming Banners, so it's just 4. We have the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord with his damage buffs. I didn't even notice that he had Swarm of Flies. Interesting. But he has all of his damage buffs. He did not bring Helm of Discord. We have 2 Vargeist, and we have the Mortis Engine. What is the lore passive of the Great Maw? It is every time you cast a spell, you heal a little bit, but you only heal the caster. You don't heal your whole army. There are some people who really like boxing. World Beater is also a dwarf main, so I don't think he does dwarves any favors when people get mad at dwarves for boxing and then he plays shit like this and you're like, I wonder, is he a dwarf main? I don't know. I am not a blob and box enjoyer though, so it's not shocking that when I see this kind of thing I'm like, oh god, I hope it loses. It's just a healing blob box. How much healing and how much blob can you do? Vampire counts are unfortunately quite susceptible to this sort of thing, just not having ranged units of any kind, and having bad single entities, like Vargulfs are trash, Terrorgeists are trash, so all you have is like multi-entity infantry, which don't even do that much damage versus large targets, and then you have some Blood Knights and stuff, but they're not good at box busting, which is really counterintuitive, but it's true. Alright, Corpse Cart's moving in. Oh, it's a Corpse Cart. It's not even a Mortis Engine. I thought it was a Mortis Engine. That could... Mortis Engine would unironically be good here, but it's hard to know. That's what you're going to deal with. What can man do against such reckless blob? Alright, Blood Knights are charging in. The Vargeists are going to also be a bit of a hindrance. This should be a good engagement for the Ogres. Should is a key word. More Vargeists moving in. The Blood Dragon Lord needs to get a little more active here from Rainy Frog. Who we do have on the Maw coming in. It's going to hit 4 units. Though one of these is a summon. Still, it's going to be really good. That's a ton of damage from the Maw. Looks like we have a Breath Attack coming in from Rainy Frog. Down the line of these Noblar Trappers. Just trying to get them to rout. These Noblar Trappers are really good infantry units until they rout. But when they rout, man, it's a bad time. Massacre is popping these guys to stop them from terror routing, but that means Butcher is going to be pretty far off, and these other Cairn Wraiths need to come and get active while the Banshees continue to snipe out stuff. Man-U's great weapons are not doing so well. All of the Noblar Trappers are routing. Yes, all of them. So there's no Noblar Trappers left. It's just Ogres.
which ogres aren't nearly as scary when they don't have anybody blocking for them. But unfortunately, the corpse guard with the unholy lodestone is almost dead. That's going to be a huge problem if it dies. Also, the Blood Dragon Lord is doing that thing where he just T-poses instead of landing. So he needs to fuck off and restart his charge. Alright. Nope, he still hasn't landed. Anyway, Blood Knights and Vargheists can chase off all these little Noblars, but Blood Knights are charging back into the Man-Eaters while they are getting healed up, and the Blood Dragon Lord is still trying to land. Dude, there's just too many things on the ground right there. You need to get back up into the sky. Please. Please stop trying to land where there's so many single entities you can't hit the ground. Get the fuck back into the sky! Anyway, I need to be quiet because Grace is going to bed, so I'm being shush. Oh my fucking god, this is just embarrassing. Blood Dragon Lord, figure it the fuck out. Cairn Wraiths and Spears are everywhere, and the Man-Eaters without Noblars eating some of the damage for them, they are just getting really whittled down. The Vargheists are back into the fight. The Blood Dragon Lord has finally landed. So good for you. And there we go. The Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is terror routing. He's routing out. Something needs to chase him. Looks like the Vargheists are after him. That's good. As long as they keep after him. No, keep after him. Keep after him. What the fuck? Oh my god, he's going to come back. I don't think it matters. It feels like the Ogres are kind of doomed in this one. It really feels like the Vampire Counts are taking lead. Oh, nice. Okay. Rainy Frog rallied his Vargheists, got them back onto their supposed target, so they're going to get rid of the Lord and the Caster. The game thinks there's a second Caster, but this Butcher of the Great Maw doesn't have any spells on him, so he doesn't matter. The Maw was a pretty pog. Killed a lot of stuff. But these two Banshees, we've seen Banshees before versus the Ogres in this matchup, and the Banshees tend to do very well. Giants are beating the piss out of the Blood Dragon Lord, though. He gives himself a heal. He's going to get back in the sky. He'll be fine. And the Vargheists, where are they going? Oh, no. Frog, get him back on target. Okay, they're coming, but they're too slow. Can they withstand the Dismembered? Nope. Slaughtermaster's back. They should still probably attack him while he's out in the middle of nowhere, completely isolated. They'll do good damage, but it sucks that he was allowed to rally. Still, the balance of power is in the favor of the Vampire Counts, I tend to agree. Man-Eaters are all routing. This one's almost heal-capped. It's the last one left standing. The Giants are still rather healthy, but the Slaughtermaster and the Butcher being routed off means the Giants won't get nearly as much healing. Nobbler Trappers are punishing the Vargheists for existing. Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw will return to the battlefield as Giants continue to thump and bump. Looks like the Corpse Cart with the Unholy Lodestone was killed off eventually, and the Blood Dragon Lord is back into the fight. Where are the Blood Knights going? Blood Knights are going to go help deal with the Lord. Okay, that's acceptable. I was going to say they should probably chase off these Man-Eaters, but killing the Lord is wise. What does the Hero Caster have? Nothing. He just has the Maw Shard. Blood Knights surround the Slaughtermaster, and they will absolutely eviscerate him. Say goodbye to your little friend as the Vargheists also eat the Noblars, and I think this is all Ogre. Bye, Sippe. Hope you have a good sleep. Blood Dragon Lord heals himself some more while they try to damage the Giants. The Giants, meanwhile, swing at whatever they can get their hands on, honestly. The Banshees do have some physical resist, 55%, but they're low health pools, and the Giants' massive weapon strength means even if they hit the Banshees, they'll do okay damage value. Man-Eaters charging in. This is probably the last chance for the Ogres. If they can knock down the Blood Dragon Lord, these just taking massive clubs from the Giants here. That is a way back into this game. He does have to be a lot more careful. Blood Dragon Lord's taking a ton of damage for this. The Ogre's Lord is killed, though, and that'll reduce all their leadership by a lot. These Man-Eaters are going to fuck off. The Butcher's fucking off. The Giants end up losing. They're doing a lot of damage to that Blood Dragon Lord, though. Gosh, malarkey. Alright. Turn stream is up if you want to watch a Domination single faction tournament. This is afternoon for me, so I can watch the end and turn stream, which just started. That's cool. That's cool. Do it up. Giants did well. Man-Eaters and Great Weapons did mixed, but overall well. Nobbler Trappers did not so great. There was a lot of breath attacks onto them and stuff. And the Slaughtermaster and his the hero casters got nothing done. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord only 2,000, 2,800 for the Blood Knights. Banshees both did okay. Vargeist did okay. Karen Rice did well. Skeleton Spears did fantastically overall. I suppose some of them didn't do so great, but yeah, that was not a box. World Beater, that was a box. You like Battle Zones, so you know I'm obligated to never watch anything besides Game and Mail. Thanks, man. World Beater, that was a box. I hate to tell you, but that was a box. Somebody tell this man that was a box. Those were actually ogres. More like box ogres. Box ogre bugs. Not only was it a box, but it was also illegal. Let me guess, Mandy to Great Weapons Limit 3. Why did he box little missiles? Because he's silly. World Beater's a memer. He just does what makes him happy. I want to see someone box up vampire counts and just sit there. Hey, Meow Meow, you ever played quick battles? Because there's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. Alright, where are we at with this? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So 100 Thieves. There's TL and EG and there's Dig and Golden Guardians. Okay, those will be good games tomorrow. Did I just close that tab? Fuck, I didn't want to do that. No, no, come back, tab. God damn it. Being stupid has consequences and I don't like it. Okay, Dig Golden Guardians. That. That. I'm just gonna look at my phone now. The rest of the stream is just me looking at my phone. Fuck you. You can't make me do stuff. Alright. I'm done looking at my phone. Oh, wait. Why is hubby so quiet all of a sudden? Someone sleeping? Yes, Grace went to bed. I'm sorry, I have to be quiet now. How quiet is it? Alright. I'm done looking at my phone. It's not that bad. It's bad. It's not that bad. Alright, World Beater is on Bretonnia. He is actually building a build, so it looks like we have Bretonnia versus Dark Elves. I also did give you people global bans, and I gave you local bans. So I don't know how with 2 global bans and pick 1 ban 3, Bretonnia got through, but I'm upset about it. You had 5 opportunities to ban Bretonnia. You fucks. Alright, that's funny. I'm gonna go see if Grace is awake and say goodnight to her. Good night. Alright, I'm back. When was the 4.0 patch releasing again? Is that the... If that's the Zinch Grand Kislev one, then it's probably in August. Because they said summer, and we would have heard about it by now if it was July. Alright. Dark Elves are ready. Bretonnia is down to 5 gold left. And they're ready. Let's go. Let's do it. If you want this to go to 3 games, you are rooting for the Night Cruise, World Beater, and Bretonnia. If you want Bretonnia to lose, you are rooting for Rainy Frog. If you want Dark Elves to lose, you're rooting for World Beater. Really, we're all winners here. We're all winners. Either of these factions, I'm fine with them losing. Fuck Dark Elves. Fuck Dark Elves. All my homies hate Dark Elves. Alright, let's do it. It wasn't cheating, it was memeing. What's the difference? Is there a difference, though? My back really hurts in this chair, so I'm trying to figure out how to not do that. It feels like if I take the pillow out, I can put my head back a little further, because it's just kind of like slightly hunched over and it makes my shoulders kill. I don't know. We'll do what we can. For the Dark Elves. Oh, okay. Alright, just move all your shit. No, it's fine. I'll leave. Fuck you. I'm not casting this game. Fuck this game. Pieces of garbage. I'm gonna go to the stars. Ah, yes. The great squares of snow. When you get out beyond where man was meant to see. It's much better, though I suggest blanket as part of the pillow hides. It's hard plastic. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sitting slightly too tall in it. Honestly, I do need to slump down to get my head beneath this like awkward part that comes back in. But then slumping is kind of not the point. So, it's tricky. It's a hard life. You know, it's a hard life when you have a chair. For Bretonnia, we have not a box. Close, but not a box. We have the Companions of Quenelles, Questing Knight ROR. We have a Grail Knight. We have the Knights of Lionhearted, Knights of the Realm ROR. We have King Lewin Leoncoeur, fresh off of his buffs. We have a Damsel of Life with Dwellers Below and Earthblood. We have 6 Peasant Bowmen, some with pox arrows, some without. And then a front line of Spearmen at Arms, 3 Peasant men at Arms with pole arms in the back. On the side of the Dark Elves, we have another Malice Darkblade. We have not seen a ton of the Soulstealer caster today. We saw a little bit, but more Malice, which is interesting. I do think Malice is very strong. It's just like everybody stopped using him, so I just kind of assumed we all agreed not to do that anymore. Anyway, besides Malice, we have a Dark caster with Soulstealer. We have 2 Witch Elves, 2 Cold Knights, 4 Dark Riders, 4 Dread Spears, and we have 2 Cold One Dread Knights, including the Knights of the Ebon Claw, ROR, who are in a slightly better lighting so I can actually see their Velociraptors. Go, Velociraptor Cav, go, on the world's darkest map for some reason. I like how only Brett has the technology of forming in triangles. Yeah. Dark Elves are kind of badass. Oh, it's Foot Malice. Hello, Foot Malice. You look unique. Look at this guy. Look at this dude.
Fucking first-person shooter, but with a sword. First-person swinger? I don't know. Why are you running like that? Why are you running like that? Get your sword out in front. What are you doing? Why are you lurching around like a dumbass? I hate you. Alright. A metric shit ton of arrows pour into the dread spears, doing really good damage to them. Already down to half HP. They are shielded, but I mean, you might as well take the free damage, right? Goodbye, dread spear. Bretonians are wandering around. The Dark Elves just accepting the damage that they must on their way to the front line. Now the Witch Elves are going to be a much better target. 5 armor and no shields. They are dead as hell. Goodbye, you. Yeah, that's about what I thought. Cane can't protect you from slightly sharpened wooden shafts, you dumb assholes. First of the Soul Stealers is out. It catches both Lewin and Damsel of Life, so that's pretty good to cast, since you usually want that to hit single entities. Dark Riders are trying to disrupt some of the archers with a countercharge with the Companions of Quenelle, so that's going to be a bad time for them as Coldwood Knights start to filter in. They got an awkward half charge. They stopped for some reason. I don't really know why. Lewin is hopping onto Malice. He's going to beat his ass for a little bit, while Coldwood Knights on the far ground are losing a fight terribly to Polearms and the Knights of Lionhearted. That is not entirely shocking. Grail Knights are going to plow straight through these Spearmen. They get countercharged by Dark Riders. We'll see if that even matters, though their melee defense is only 26 due to their lance formation. Mouse is still getting his ass handed to him by Lewin in the center. And the Dark Riders and Coldwood Knights do seem to be getting through the back line, but it feels like Bretonnia is just whooping on them. There's not been a lot of damage returning. The Grail Knights just ignored all that shit over there and came over here. Knights of Lionhearted beat up some Coldwood Knights and Dark Riders. Pains and Quells are pushing off. Yeah, Bretonnia is completely slapping this matchup right now. I am significantly concerned. The only nice thing I can say about the Dark Elves right now is, like, a lot of the balance of power isn't all of these archers, so if you shut them all down, sure, you'll come back on the balance of power, but this has just been going horrifically bad for them. Coldwood Dread Knights are trying to help break through peasant spears. Dark Riders and shit are just getting shafted by the Bretonian Cav. All 3 Bretonian Cav are still effective. Grail Knights even charging into the Knights, having Claw and just shredding them down. This is a massacre, ladies and gentlemen. Look away. Look away. The one Bleak Sword running ahead impression. Yeah, you know the old bar. Mouse is going to have to transform here pretty soon, otherwise he's just going to tear her out from Lewin. Though I don't think even Tazarkan can carry this. Dark Riders are back in, but there's too many peasants around. They just can't get through them. I think this is doomed. Doomed. Downhill charge from the Knights of Lionhearted into the fleeing Coldwood Dread Knights, which they're also just getting poked by arrows. They're having a horrifically bad time. Mouse has not had transform just yet. Quick Little Dwellers below is out, poking the Coldwood Red Knights. Zarkan is here. Throws down Reaper of Souls to punish everybody around him a little bit. Hits the Grail Knights. That's cool. That's good damage. And Lewin is just going to pathway from Malice at this point. Yeah, I think we're going to game 3. Knights of the Ebon Claw fighting to the last man. Commendable, but futile. Y'all dead as hell. Dark Elves are starting to get a little bit of headway in here. They're finally getting these peasants to start routing, and that means they can get into the archers, but I don't know what you do about the three cav that are still left and all the healing they can get. It seems like too tall of an order. Has this lady been casting Soul Stealers? Have I just not been seeing it? 811, yeah, she's been casting Soul Stealers. Uh-oh. Sudden and aggressive lag spike. The Knights of the Ebon Claw actually managed to rout the Knights of the Lionhearted before they just straight up die, so those guys were heroes, and I don't care what you say, they will always be heroes. What is with these sudden lag spikes that just happen out of nowhere? What the fuck? Very strange. A little Earthblood onto the Grail Knights. While all the yelling, yeah, they're just going for it. Lewin takes a shot from Malice before running away. Yeah, he's back in this guy. He's gonna be fine. Jesus Christ, all the yelling, it never ends. Ooh, this could be bad, actually. Bretonnia just lost their Damsel of Life. She got sniped out. I mean, she's not dead. She'll probably get out of here and rally, but for now there will be no healing, no Earthbloods, nothing like that. Knights of the Lionhearted have been routed off. Grail Knights are still half HP, though. That's a huge problem for the Dark Elves. Mouse using Quick Explosion on some of the peasants. Could this be a late Dark Elf Resurgent? I really don't think so, but man, it's looking possible. Wouldn't hate for a Soul Stealer to go down on these two guys. The Damsel is going to get free and clear, and then she'll rally. And there's no Dark Riders or anything to run down all these archers. The archers are going to just pour in support the fire for the rest of the game. They are poisoning the Dark Elves. If there was another Soul Stealer, now would be a good time, like right in here. Another Reaper of Souls hits all these units. Did it hit the Grail Knights? No. That's pretty critical. Archer's being a pain in the dick. Damsel Caster is back. Lewin's heal cap is actually within sight too. And we get the Malice solo carry experience. Can he kill literally everything? Quick little Earthblood onto the Grail Knights and some of the infantry. Go. This current year I saw that, and I disapprove strongly. Another Soul Stealer onto Lewin and the Grail Knights. Good targets, good targets. Nice job. An Archer is trying to do stuff about Malice. Basically everything besides Malice and the caster are routing, though. None of it matters. Nothing matters. Malice getting poked. Poke, 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 poke. And the Cold One Dread Knights back from the fucking grave, boys. Get a nice little charge downhill onto these peasants. We'll probably rout both of them. Both of them. Both of them. Lewin lands on the Dark Caster. She probably won't be able to get a Soul Stealer off. She just cast one a little bit ago, so it's probably still on cooldown. And the Dread Knights do rout all three of the archers. They might even get the Damsel Life, which would actually be just huge. I mean, this game's probably over, but if they snipe out the Damsel, that would be the only way Dark Elves could maybe win this. Because the Soul Stealer caster is still alive for now. If she can get off another Soul Stealer and save herself, Malice charging in. He could get a rear charge onto Lewin, and he does. Gets a big shot. Another Reaper of Souls. Didn't wait long enough for it to hit the cavalry, but he did hit Lewin with it. And this lady's only terror routing. She's not naturally routing, so she will actually just be fine. She'll come back. Golden Dread Knights fought to the very end. They died, but they were not able to kill the Damsel. The Grail Knights are back in as Malice goes to fight them. His heal cap is also within sight. I don't know, man. I think the Bretonnians are just going to outlast Malice as he slowly drains himself to death in his demon form. Tell you what, you need to yell. Oh, shit. And I guess it's okay. Malice is closing in on the Damsel of Life, who is not retreating. She's accepting her fate, and Lewin dives into the Sorcerer of Dark, who doesn't care. Malice ends up turning at the last second on the companions of Quinel's, and is going to try and slap them down. Slap them down, and he shall. I haven't seen a Soul Stealer in a while. I imagine it would hit, like, right here, because you have everything you need in here. And that lady's about to rout again, but maybe she just doesn't have the Winds of Magic for it, which would be weird. She should have, like, 2 more Soul Stealers in the tank. There's one, but she gets knocked over constantly. She can't cast it. Malice is trying to get to the Damsel of Life. She's just getting knocked over and over and over again, so it keeps getting canceled. Another Earthblood onto all these guys. Soul Stealer gets canceled yet again. Just going to tear her out one more time. There she goes. Army losses hits. And this GG. We're going to game 3. Another Reaper of Souls is up, so Malice wants to group everybody that he cares about here. And he will do some decent damage to the Grail Knights, but not enough. Alright, it's GG. That's Bretonnia, ladies and gentlemen. A fuck ton of healing, some broken-ass knights. Lewin's at 1900 value. 2,100 for the Grail Knights, 1,100 and 1,000 for the other 2 RORs. Polemen at Arms did fantastically. Archers did quite well. Spearmen at Arms did okay.
Genocide, Malice, Darkblade, 2,500 value. Very nice stuff from him. 1,200 on the Soul Stealer caster. Knights of the Ebon Claw got wrecked, but the other Cold Dread Knight did pretty good. Cold Knights did okay. Witch Elves got mostly shellacked. Dark Riders also got shellacked, and Dread Spears did okay. GG's. Them Grails and their infinite mass? Yeah. Dude, Grail Knights are just wild. Just absolutely wild. Alright, so last game of the night, no matter what. No matter what happens. I'm going back to this one. I like this one better. After this game will be midnight, and then I gotta go to bed because I gotta go to work in the morning. And then a Battlezone stream, obviously. This is why you global ban Bretonnia. This is why. You can't let them. And then Battlezone stream. Alright, we've all agreed. This is me now. I'm back in my chair. Whispering sweet nothings into a microphone for an audience that is mostly AI bots. Here to promote weird sex things on the internet. This is my life. It's actually been a while since we've had a Slanesh bot. Vanthus, why are you up at 5:30 a.m.? Something's wrong. Something's wrong, I can feel it. I think the problem with the Star Wars license that no one wants to talk about is Darth Vader. Darth Vader's a piece of shit. He's a space Nazi that for some reason everybody thinks is cool, but he's like a real problem. He's like a real piece of shit. The RNA Smart Sounds for it. Can I have a real talk for a second about AI? Everyone's shitting their pants about AI, and I know about the real concerns of AI. Like, I know. I'm not an idiot. But I do think so many people are jumping the gun, man. Like that lawyer that used AI for his references in a court case, and then it was found that 2 out of his 4 references never existed. The AI just made them up. So then he lost his license. Or the 3 doctors that all got sued for using ChatGPT to write their notes, and ChatGPT wrote incorrect information, so the patients like took their medicine wrong or took too much, and like, oh well, none of them died, but like 2 OD'd and had to go to the ER and stuff like that. And I'm just like, okay, yeah, in a couple, years, maybe decades, AI will be to a place where it'll replace a bunch of people, and we need to think about what that means as a society. But as soon as something launched, it doesn't mean it's fucking ready, you goddamn idiots. I don't know. I could be speaking to the wrong people. Maybe you guys all love ChatGPT and it does everything for you right now. But I do love how as soon as something was invented, everyone's like, fuck it, send it. It's like if the Wright brothers made their first airplane and immediately Delta was like, bought it, put 80 people on it, threw it into the sky. Holy shit, it instantly crashed. What the fuck? And it's like, I mean, yeah, it's an exciting new technology, but it's definitely not ready yet. And people are just like, send it. I don't know. Shit's stupid. I also wonder if we've learned our lesson as a society. Because, like, one of the big problems about industrialization when it came along is that in a societal sense, right? In a societal sense, everybody does a certain amount of work that needs to be done, and you're given resources, money, accordingly to how much work you do in a society, generally, right? And you get paid more money per hour based on like how valuable your work is, whatever. That's it. It's broad strokes. I know it's not how it works in the current world, but I'm just saying broad strokes. And then industrialization came along, so you'd think, man,
There's a lot less jobs than there used to be. Manufacturing has a lot less jobs in it because you don't need to put together Model Ts by hand. A machine does it. That's cool. So there's less work to be done, so everybody should work less hours. Sick. What's that? No, just a bunch of people are going to be put out of jobs, and other people at other jobs have to work the same amount of hours, and now you just have income inequality rising and people unemployed and unhappy, and then you have a bunch of blue-collar workers out in the middle of nowhere who are pissed off because both political parties keep fucking ignoring them forever and never help them out. That's strange. How could that happen? Anyway, hey, AI is coming around the corner. How many of our current jobs could be replaced by AI? What's that? A significant portion? About 20% of jobs could be replaced by AI? That's concerning. Are we going to plan ahead this time and know what to do with those people when they are dispossessed from those jobs? Are we going to lower the amount of hours everybody has to work and put in effective training programs to move people out of those jobs that the AI are taking and into other jobs? Or are we still going to demand a 40-hour work week and put even more people out of work and further increase the disparity? These are important questions no one's asking because people are too busy making memes about Terminators. Ah, I knew it, Skynet's coming. Ah, I knew it, this is coming. No, a way bigger and more realistic concern is the economic impacts of this. And they can be managed, I just don't think we're going to manage it properly. But yeah, haha, funny meme about the Terminator, sure. Sure, it's fine. Let's talk about chat. GPT about Warhammer is just really wrong info. Turns out allowing AI to learn from humans means you get human level results. Well, that is a really good point. Like, for some reason, people just assume that chat GPT is right, and it's like, it's just learning from a large amount of data. You know what a large amount of people are every day? Wrong. I'm wrong about lots of things. I still learn things. Like, once a day I learn a thing I'm wrong about. Humans are terrible, though. Let the AI learn from lizards. The AI concerns are very weird. Yeah. Looks like we have Empire versus Skaven, which is actually a pretty Skaven-favored matchup. So Rainy Frog could clutch it out here. The Empire, they have some things they can do. The Skaven are still just generally advantaged. Like, just because a faction can win a matchup doesn't mean it's still not favored for one side. I'd say 65-35 in favor of Skaven. Alright, let's do it. Last game of the day, fuck it. Let's go. Boris Todbringer, Firecaster. Yeah, it's a pretty good build. Other side's also pretty good build. These are actually two good builds to end the stream on. Both players playing for keeps. But who gets to keep? That's the real question. That's the real question. I didn't change the map. Whoops. Oh well. Too late now. It's fine. Alright. We have 3 Knights of the Blazing Sun. Boris Todbringer with all of his various leadership debuffs. Blood Roar, and then... there it is, Crush the Weak. We have Bright Wizard with Burning Head, which also has a leadership debuff. We have 4 Huntsmen, a front line of 3 Spearmen, 3 Swordsmen, and 2 Flagellants. The Empire has a very simple pike and shot push build. Cool. On the other side, for the Scavinos, we have triple Poison Globadiers to clear out all of those infantry. Skaven Slave and Clan Rat mixed front line, but a good hefty amount of chaff. 4 Rat Ogres, 2 Warplock Jezzails, one of which is the Natty Boobo's Sharpshooters. Skaven Snipers. Then we have Ikit Zap Zap, Warp Lightning Cannon, ROR, and we do have a Grey Seer on a Bell with the Dreaded 13th and Howling Warp Gale as his 2 spells. Cool. Is the Bright Wizard on foot? Ooh, yeah, he is. So the Warp Lightning Cannon should either target the Bright Wizard, just to keep him from casting spells, or probably more effectively the Knights of Blazing Sun would be a better target. Don't shoot at Boris. He's just going to dodge too many of them, and he has his own healing. Even the Balanced Power think this gave him favored? Fuck yeah. Warplock Jezzails, there's honestly not a lot of great targets for them here. They can try and snipe out the Bright Wizard, or they can shoot at like Flagellants and stuff, but Jezzails don't do that well versus cavalry anymore. And they'll do okay. Actually, yeah. You could do well versus Boris if they use that Howling Warp Gale net on him when he's in range of the Jezzails and the Warp Lightning Cannon. That would be worth it, but if he's free and clear and moving around, then not worth your time. I like both builds a lot versus each other. I'm worried that the Jezzails just don't have a lot to shoot at. There's no enemy artillery for them to shoot at. There's not a lot of great infantry for them to shoot at. They could take some pot shots at the Flagellants here. That wouldn't be bad. With their bullet penetration, they would get some good damage out. Ikka Zap Zap is shooting at Boris. I try to teach this game ways to Ringy. Hope you do good. Anti-Kaiju. Good efforts, buddy. Good efforts. So, Jezzails do great damage to infantry. And the Warp Lightning Cannons are now under the Knights of Blazing Sun. That's probably the best target for them. They still don't do that much damage. Warp Lightning Cannons probably need a damage boost, in my opinion. But there's just not a lot of good targets here. His caster's on foot, and Warp Lightning Cannons are shit at dealing with stuff on foot. That was a good hit. Nice job. You're gonna yell at him in Argentinian. Fair. Flagellants are almost dead, so the Jezzails have gotten some really good value, and the Skaven Slaves are just falling back. Poison Globes are ready to scoop up the pieces. We've already almost lost an entire Knights of Blazing Sun. Damn. Yeah, I was just blaming anti-Kaiju for stuff, which I gotta say, tracks. So the Globes are now going to throw at the Flagellants. They will kill their own Skaven Slaves in the process, and this is one of the reasons that Skaven hate dealing with Flagellants, is that they're unbreakable, so when you nuke your own front line, the Flagellants just keep coming. Right now, Boris Todbringer should get overcast netted, and then have all three of these guns shoot at him, because he's close enough range that it'll actually do a lot of damage. I think that would be very effective, but looks like he's going to get away. The net is not going to be in time. And now the Huntsmen have revealed themselves, so the Skaven infantry have to push up. They have to push up. They have to go out there and start harassing those Huntsmen. They can't just take a fire trade like this. Jezzails could help with the fire trade. I'm just worried the Huntsmen will get in range of the Jezzails and like instant nuke them down. Jezzails are now firing at Knights of Blazing Sun. And boom sharpshooters are hurting Boris Todbringer. Toddy's not dodging them the best. They will get a little bit of poke out over time, but it's not a ton. Knights of Blazing Sun have been mostly dealt with though, so what also can happen is the Rat Ogres can start acting like dog units and just go in the back and disrupt the Huntsmen. So the Skaven are just going to want to disrupt those Huntsmen. They really like how the game's going overall. Rat Ogres also need to be activated over here, but overall, again, they're happy with how this is going. They're losing a few too many globes for my liking. Two of them have already taken significant damage. Quick Bound Scorch Spell goes through some of the Huntsmen. It's going to be fine. I wonder if we have a Dreaded 13th or a Howling Warp Gale. Either will be fine. Skaven just need to start casting some spells. Like, you brought Howling Warp Gale, might as well use it. Overcast it on Boris and then turn all the guns on him. Fucking do it. Fucking do it. Out of the 3 Knights of the Blazing Sun, 2 of them are almost dead. 1 is about half HP and Rat Ogres are still chasing it. Huntsmen are getting shut down. This is looking like a convincing Skaven victory. Alright, we need that net. Boris is coming to the back line. Net. Net him. Net him. Frog, net him. Net him, Frog. Alright, he has multiple Jezzails trying to shoot Boris. Kind of surprised the Gracier still hasn't decided to net his bitch ass. Alright, he's landing. Damn. Rip in peace. Skaven Slaves, Storm Vermin, Clan Rats, all these things trying to disrupt the Huntsmen in the back. And the Huntsmen are largely fine right now. Boris is at half HP. He's going to heal up over time due to his regen, but he'll be fine. So the Ikka Zap Zap have done a lot of damage to all 3 of the cavalry pieces. Warplock Jezzails trying to run away from Boris Todbringer. The Knights of the Blazing Sun taking more damage in the backfield. Ooh, the Bright Wizard is somehow in the middle of a bunch of Storm Vermin, though it is a summon, so it'll be gone in 10 seconds, and now all the Huntsmen are shooting the Grey Seer, which is a really good target for them. The Giselles are trying to shoot Boris, who they can't see over the Ikit Zap Zap, and some Rat Ogres are joining the fight, but they're so low on HP that I honestly wonder if they just, like, instantly tear her up when they hang out with Boris. I don't know. Globes catch up to the Huntsmen, do some good damage on the first volley. Second volley will do even more. And I'm getting a little concerned for this Skaven, to be honest. Nice Burning Head. The leadership stack and debuffs is going to be enough that the Rat Ogres will tear her out. There they go. But, yeah, I'm getting a little worried for the Skaven. If the Grey Seer just gets sniped out by all these Huntsmen or something, he's going to have a bad time. Thankfully, the Globes are here to just kill off the Huntsmen. Really nice Scorch. Doing good there. Okay. So it looks like the fear was unfounded. Boris didn't even kill the Giselles. Took him too long. What up, Cyrus? Does even if Howling Warp go equipped? Yeah, he does. It's right there. Which now would be a great time. Howling Warp kill that guy while both your Giselles are shooting him and Ikit Zap's about to come back online. Please, Rainy Frog, for the love of God, why did you take the spell if you're not going to use it? Boris jumps onto the Grey Seer with the help of all the Knights of the Blazing Sun. He's throwing out another Dreaded 13th, and that's going to cause army losses. A full health Storm Vermin just appearing. The army loss bar is just going to go against him too much. The Furries are losing? No. No, they're winning. This is the first time we've seen them today, and they are winning. Grey Seer used Unholy Clamor, which canceled his own summon. He's now throwing down the thing again, and army loss is definitely going to hit as soon as the Storm Vermin appear. So that'll be GG. How late is it for the burgers? It's 11:42 here. Where I am. Alright, I'm going to wrap this up quick and then go to bed. Values for the Empire struggling. The Huntsmen did well. Nothing else really did that well for them. Thank you to everybody who played today. Congratulations to Rainy Frog for being our big winner. Natty Purple Sharpshooters, 3,100 damage value, 1,600 in the other Giselle. Very, very nice stuff. And yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Tomorrow, join us around the same time for Friday Night Fights. And then we will do that. Rainy Frog, you did great. World Beater, you did great. Jeez. Alright. Good night, everybody. Good night.